Hi, neighbors. This is Long John with the Party Line. We're around from midnight to 5:36 mornings during the week. Monday mornings, we get started about 1. We continue through till 5:30, and that means we're around for 37 and a half hours a week. During the past week or last week, I mentioned quite often that we would have what I consider to be a very, very exciting discussion this morning. Or maybe you think we're still in Monday. Actually, we're into Tuesday morning already. First, let me bring you up to date. Major Donald E. Keyho, United States Marine Corps flyer retired and author of 3 books on UFOs, commonly called flying saucers, and presently director of National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena of Washington, D.C., was a guest on the Armstrong Circle Theater Wednesday night, the 22nd of January, 1958. If you've been listening to the Party Line, you certainly remember that we discussed that particular telecast. We spent a lot of time on it. Now, the show was scripted, and all guests and professional performers appearing thereon are supposed to undergo 2 days of rehearsal and then read their lines from teleprompters. On the program with Major Keyho were first its senior writer, who sat in as a guest for Mr. Kenneth Arnold because Arnold refused to appear after the last rehearsal. Now, Major Keyho was allotted about 5 minutes immediately after the Air Force representative read from his teleprompter several statements that would confirm the existence of UFOs. Well, now, wait a moment. At this point, some people may be a little confused. You may be under the impression that I have made the statement that the Air Force representative led people to believe that there's an existence of UFOs. Actually, it was Major Keyho's opinion. In fact, I think that he implied that these UFOs are coming from outside this earth. Now, Major Keyho concluded his allotted time for the final 20 seconds with an ad-lib statement that was not in the script. Now, this statement was monitored from the air by at least 2 private citizens and recorded by them on tape. Unfortunately, it was inaudible to the average listener, due to the volume having been cut down almost to the minimum at some physical point between the microphone being used by Major Keyho and the TV transmitter then being used. Now, this could have been at any one of several points. However, this is what I consider to be very important. Keyho's statement, which faded at the 13th word, was finally cut off. Now, this is quite different technically from a fade. Actually, it was cut off 2 words before the end. Now, I have been told, and I hope I'm not wrong, but to bring you up to date, this is supposed to be part of the statement that you heard and part of the statement that you didn't hear, which you may be hearing for the first time this morning. Keyho made this statement: I would like to make a disclosure that has never been revealed to the public. Now, at this point, fade began. In other words, the microphone seemed like, just like at home, if somebody got up to your volume control and turned it down slowly. Now, according to 2 private citizens, possibly many more, but 2 of them that knew enough how to record this, even at that low volume, told me that this was the balance of the statement. I will read it for you. For the last 6 months, our committee has been working with a Senate committee which is investigating UFOs. If the hearings are held in open hearing, I feel it will prove beyond doubt that the flying saucers are real. In order to secure the information we need, we suggest that all of the citizens write to, and at this point, there was a true cut. There was absolutely no sound. Now, according to a lip reader that contacted me, I've been told that the last two words were, "your congressman." Now, no sooner had the video cut to Douglas Edwards, who was the MC of the show, when the telephones began to ring. Now, actually, a large number of viewers wanted to know what Keyho had said, and they also wanted to know what had happened. Many of them naturally were crying censorship. And within hours, a series of statements were issued to the wire services, most of them attributed to CBS spokesmen. And also a phone report was made by Irving Tunick, the writer of the show, who sat in for Kenneth Arnold. And of course, actually, I'm the one that received that report. Now, I've got a lot of things to sort of straighten out with you first so that you'll know exactly what took place on that telecast. And of course, we'll hear statements from Major Keyho and from many of the other people, but before we get into that part of the discussion, let me take just a moment to talk about one of our sponsors. Now, before we get back with our discussion, and I might add that we'll be hearing from Cortland Hastings, Jules B. St. Germain, Major Keyho. In case you're not aware of this, Major Keyho is director of NICAP. That's National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. They're located at 1536 Connecticut Avenue, Washington, 6, D.C. This is a non-profit organization. Now, before we get back into the discussion, and I would suggest to you to call your friends and neighbors and tell them to join us tonight at 710 on your dial. This is WOR Radio, your station in New York. It's important to have them with us because this is a very, very important discussion this morning. Believe me, that was a very, very exciting night because I know according to the letters and telegrams that I received, people were very, very concerned about the fact that Major Keyho had been cut off. That was Wednesday night, the 22nd of January. Now, we went on with the party line at midnight that night. I don't know if you call it that night or the following morning, but just in a matter of seconds, we were into the morning of January the 23rd. And we discussed that Armstrong Circle Theater telecast. It was sort of a documentary. It was about flying saucers. And I was quite amazed why Mr. Kenneth Arnold did not show up. But however, the morning of January 23rd, I received a telegram from Irv Tunick. Now, Mr. Tunick was the writer of the Armstrong Circle Theater for that particular telecast. Irv Tunick. Now, let me read the telegram. I have it in front of me now. It's addressed to Long John Nebel, radio station WOR New York. K. That's a funny thing. K. I wonder what K stands for. As a writer of Armstrong Circle Theater, extremely anxious to give you all the facts on the Keyho incident. Have been up since 5. Am in need of sleep badly. Would appreciate your call if you really want authentic report. Now, at that time, when I received that telegram, I contacted Mr. Irv Tunick at his home. I might also say, in the telegram, he included his home phone number, which I have deleted because I don't think it should be given out on the air. Now, we recorded that conversation. It was a beeper phone conversation, and so that you can be brought up to date what Mr. Tunick had to say about that particular telecast, we're going to play that back for you right now. Do you have that set up, Tommy? All right, let's hear that telephone conversation that I had with Irv Tunick, the writer of the Armstrong Circle Theater, on the morning of January 23rd.
Hello, Mr. Fine. Mr. Tunick, you know we're on the air on a beeper phone.
That's quite all right.
Is that all right, sir?
Certainly.
Fine. And, unfortunately, I did not get your number. I had no knowledge of your call until this very moment when the telegram was delivered to me. All right, Mr. Tunick, are you aware of the fact that we've been talking about it
Oh,
tonight?
yes. I caught it coming home from the studio in my car.
Uh-huh.
And I got home about 12:25. Called at that time. And, very honestly, I've been up ever since. It's a strain.
Yeah, I can understand. Well, I'm sorry. I did not get that information.
Surely.
Well, what actually happened, Mr. Tunick?
Well, let me give you the details. First of all, let me correct a few things that evidently reports coming to you are not quite right. First of all, to my knowledge, Major Captain Ruppelt is not in town.
You say, to your knowledge, Ruppelt is not in town.
No, the last conversation we had with Captain Ruppelt was that he could not get a leave of absence from his position in California. And it was for that reason, in the main, that he was not on the program. It was purely on his part. We originally did ask him to come, and we would have liked to have had him.
Well, there is. I hope that I did not imply that you did not invite him. It was told to me that he was invited and that he was billed. In other words, that he was programmed, but I have been told, and this I do not know from Ruppelt, but I have been told that he did not want to go on the program the last minute that he sent a wire and canceled. No.
I have no knowledge of any such wire. In my conversations with Captain Ruppelt, he expressed rather an eagerness to come on the program. So I know nothing further about any telegrams, if any did arrive. And as to his being in town, if he is, it's a surprise to me. The last I know, I spoke to him in California.
Kenneth Arnold is in town, is that right, sir?
Mr. Arnold came into town Monday.
I see.
We brought him into town from Boise, Idaho. We had previously, over a period of a couple of weeks, made arrangements for him and his wife. We brought them both in. We put them up here in New York.
Yes.
He appeared at rehearsal for 2 days. This morning, we received a telegram that he would not appear. And he did not appear. As a result, I had a picture, I kind of sat in for him.
Well, Mr. Tunick, may I ask you this question?
Sure.
Did he say in his telegram why he didn't want to appear?
Well, very honestly, and I'm being extremely honest, I did not see a copy of the telegram. I understand that he sent the telegram to the producer and to newspapers around town, giving his reasons. I believe he felt that there was not enough time being given to his side of the story. Now, in that regard, we have a signed statement from Major Keyho, in which he states that our program was handled objectively and fairly, and that...
Was this a statement that was signed after the program, sir?
No, it was a statement that was signed much before the program went on the air, when we heard that Mr. Arnold would not appear.
Oh, I see.
Now, as to the very, shall we call it, the sad incident that occurred, I worked very closely with Major Keyho, and if you call him incidentally, I don't want to mention where he's staying, but I have that information, and I can get it to you. I'm sure he'll verify.
Don't give it on the air.
No, I won't.
We're on the air now, you know.
Yes, I won't do it. But he will verify what I'm telling you now. I worked with him very hard. He cooperated with me beautifully, and I think I did the script more or less as he wanted it. When he went on the air, he began to make the statement as quoted by yourself and Mr. Sanderson, is it?
Yes, Ivan Sanderson.
That's right. He did make that statement. At that time, the director and the producer, working under CBS regulations, had to flip the key and cut the audio because we did not know what statement was coming out. The statement had not been approved by a continuity acceptance. As you know, must be done on network shows. We did not know if the Senate subcommittee mentioned had approved his statement. And in view of that fact, and as I say, by regulation, they had to cut the speech, and no one felt worse about it than the people attached to the program.
Well, then, naturally, the next question that I would normally ask, I cannot ask because you're not going to give it to me anyway. In other words, you would not be in a position to tell me what he said during the time that the mic was cut off.
No, I would not be in a position. I do know that following the show, INS called, and he did give them the statement. And he also, after the program, again signed another statement.
Yes.
in which he stated that he regretted the incident. He was not aware of these regulations. He had been permitted a certain amount of ad-lib during the course of his presentation, and he did not realize that a statement such as this did not fall into the ad-lib category.
Mr. Tunick, I am a Johnny-come-lately in this business.
I am much more lately in the flying saucer business.
I was never familiar with that ruling. We don't have it in radio anyway. Are you saying then that if I were to be interviewed by somebody on television, that we would have to have a prepared interview?
Oh, no. When you have an interview program, obviously it's an ad-lib program. But when a program is scripted, it must pass through continuity acceptance. Now, you know that as well as I do. And all of the material is placed on teleprompter, you see. Now, obviously, no one expects anyone to follow a teleprompter word by word. There is a certain latitude given. However, and put yourself in this position if you're the producer or the director.
Yes.
The statement comes out, I am now going to say something that has never been revealed before. You don't know what that statement is. You have no idea if it's been cleared by the proper authorities who are being mentioned. It has not been cleared by continuity acceptance. You are at the mercy of the person who is making the statement. And it's a general rule that at that time the director has no prerogative but to cut the show. Now, this is a fact, and we felt awful about it. This is not a matter of censorship.
Yes.
As it turned out, as I believe, the statement was fairly innocuous. And possibly might have gone just the way, on the air. But
in other words, it was not a world-shattering statement.
No, I don't think it was.
Well, you heard the statement. I'm not asking
I didn't hear the statement. No, I was in the control room.
Oh, you didn't hear it?
No, you see, we cut the audio and we lost it in the control room.
Oh, yes, that's true. I didn't realize it. Yes.
So that I do know that following the show, the INS called, and he gave them the statement. But it was strictly a matter of routine. I mean, it was not a question of any type of censorship. As a writer, I'm very much sensitive to points of censorship. And I can assure you that this does not enter into it one little bit. Nor did the Air Force in any way control our program. The original idea for the program was our own. We said about it just as we said about any other program. We were very pleased when the Air Force offered us cooperation. When they opened their files to us, as a matter of fact, I had the files in my home for a number of days, working on the show.
Mr. Tunick, I had just one more question.
Yes, but before your question,
yes,
may I just correct one other statement?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson said it was cut off for a minute and a half. It was cut off for exactly 18 seconds.
18 seconds.
That's right.
I think, I don't know if Mr. Sanderson made the statement. I know that I made it before. I thought it was approximately a minute and a half, and I apologize. I was not timing it, believe me.
Now, if you would like to get Mr. Keyho's statement that he signed following the program,
yes,
that statement would be available to you tomorrow if you call Talent Associates, the producers of the show.
What is the...
Talent Associates.
Talent Associates.
Yes. Their address is 41 East 50th.
41 East 50th.
I won't give the phone number because I don't think we should.
No. I can find that out. All right. I was just wondering why, in other words, I'm certainly not being critical because I'm not a critic, but I was just wondering why on a program that was a documentary program and you had so many different angles of the flying saucers involved, how is it that somebody like Adamski or Van Tassel or, one of the people who have made the claim that they've had a physical contact with Martians or Venusians, how is it one of those were not put in?
Well, a very good reason, because we were suffering under what might be called a stringency of time.
I see.
After all, Don Keyho does make the point, and I think a valid point, that he did not have equal time with the Air Force. That was not because of any other reason except time.
Yes.
Actually, we had to cut 12 minutes out of the show after our first draft. And that's the only reason, because we have no axe to grind. We were trying to prepare an objective and impartial program.
Mr. Tunick, another question comes to my mind then. If you if you had planned on having Kenneth Arnold on the program. We know that Rappelt, he couldn't get away from his job, but you did bring Mr. and Mrs. Arnold into New York,
Yes, we did.
and they were going to be on the program. Well, what happened?
No, he was going to be on the program.
I mean, he was going to, I'm sorry, sir. He was going to be on the program. What happened to the time that he was going to have on the program?
I pinched in. I sat in for him. Because it was done. You see, we had no notification of this.
I see.
He sent us a telegram, which
Yes.
arrived about 1 o'clock this afternoon.
I'm familiar with the telegram.
That's right, and we were caught. You know, after all,
Yes.
We're all on teleprompter. Everything is set in the show. We were ready to go into our run-through. And suddenly, one of our guests just doesn't appear. Well, what do? We kind of jerry-rigged it. I sat in for him, and I read the lines
Right.
as we could. And we felt very badly about it. We do think that, in all fairness, we should have been informed at least in person, not to be informed by a telegram. I don't think his service was done to anyone in that regard.
Well, Mr. Tunick, I have on this beeper phone an 8-second delay.
Go ahead.
And some of my guests here are only hearing our conversation now. They're picking it up. So if you give me just a second or two, I just want to see if any of the others, they have headsets on. That's the way they listen to it. And I just want to find out if there's anything else that possibly Ivan or Charles Leadham or any of the other guests would like to ask.
Sure.
Oh, yes. One question that Ivan Sanderson has raised. Why wasn't Arnold's name mentioned by the Air Force?
By the Air Force?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why his name wasn't mentioned by the Air Force.
The only reason that I think that Ivan brought that question up is the fact that he was former head of the United States Air Force Project Blue Book.
You mean Ruppelt?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you asked about Kenneth Arnold. I think you asked me if Arnold's name was mentioned. You meant why Ruppelt's name was
Yes.
mentioned. I have to give you the same answer. I just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just didn't come up that I recall at any time that they would mention him. I didn't know why they would. There certainly was no case deleted.
Yes. Also, well, and you've already answered the question. Ivan is once again writing me a note here, and he was wondering. Wait a minute. What's this, Ivan? Well, Ivan, just a moment. Do you want to pick this up a moment and finish this up with him? You want to? Yes, sure. Just a moment, Mr. Tunick. We have some difficulties here to get, but Ivan would like to talk to you a moment on the beeper phone to get some additional information.
Sure.
Just a moment, sir.
How'd you do, sir?
How do you do, Ivan?
So there's one thing I'm very interested in. I noticed that the gentleman, I think, from the Air Force, he kept on saying he'd never mentioned Kenneth Arnold's name, but said that he was one of the pilots who was looking for a lost plane round about...
Now, wait, you have that a little wrong. It was in my section that the Kenneth Arnold sighting was discussed, not in the Air Force. The Air Force...
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure which it was.
That's right.
I happened to see it. In other words, because Kenneth Arnold was not there...
That's right, his name was not...
Well, not mentioned, I see. But there was the same person you were talking about, the pilot who was looking for the lost plane.
Well,
I
don't want to get into any kind of a legal situation.
Oh, I beg your pardon. All right, I know. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. I just wanted to know if it was the same man, but I understand what you mean. You can't obviously answer that question if you can't answer the other one. Yes, John again. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Well, Mr. Tunick, thank you very, very much for
quite all right.
getting in touch with us.
May I thank you for the very kind words you had to say about the program as a whole.
I enjoyed it.
Well, that's very good. We're happy, and we really are we're sad that the situation had to come up because we thought it was a good program that the audience would be interested in. And we don't want the audience to feel that they've been cheated in any way.
Fine.
It was an emergency measure, you understand that.
Fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Tunick. Good night, sir.
Well, that was the telephone conversation, beeper phone conversation that I had with Irv Tunick on the morning of January 23rd. Actually, that was the morning after the Armstrong Circle Theater telecast, the one that they had in reference to flying saucers with Major Keyho, and they were supposed to have Kenneth Arnold, but Mr. Arnold did not show. Before I continue along, and believe me, we've got some exciting things for you. Of course, we'll be talking with Major Donald E. Keyho, Cortland Hastings, Jules B. St. Germain, and we'll get a lot of information. But before we get into that, let me take a moment to talk about... Now, getting back to our discussion of the morning. Kenneth Arnold is the man who really coined the phrase flying saucers. This is back in the year of 1947. And Kenneth Arnold is a very respected person, a man who I might add is considered to be just about tops in his field as not only a private pilot but also a very keen businessman, and just about everybody in the flying saucer field has great respect for Kenneth Arnold. Now, Mr. Arnold, it had been suggested by Mr. Irv Tunick and Mr. Robert Costello of the Armstrong Circle Theater that he come into New York to participate in this program. And I'd like to add at this time that he was given a check for $250. Just about 3 weeks ago, he sent me that check. It was made out to him. He endorsed it over to the WOR Christmas Fund. He would not accept payment, although it did cost him a considerable amount of money to come in from Boise, Idaho, and he had hotel expenses, and his fee of $250, he turned it over to my favorite charity, which happens to be the WOR Christmas Fund. And I think that was a large sum, too, $250. So, again, I'd like to just say thanks to Kenneth Arnold for turning that check over to me. Now, the following day, again, January 23rd, I made every effort to get in touch with Kenneth Arnold. I might also say that I tried to get in touch with Major Keyho, but that seemed to be impossible. I was told that Major Keyho was not talking. I heard a lot of rumors, but actually Major Keyho held a press conference, and I did not know about this until, I'd say 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning. That is the morning of January 23rd. However, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I was fortunate enough to get in touch with Kenneth Arnold. I might say that I'm very grateful to a lady who made the arrangements for me, and I'm talking about Virginia Belmont. Virginia Belmont owns the Belmont Bird and Kennel Shop in Radio City, and she made the connection for me, giving Mr. Arnold my private phone number. He called me, and I said to him that I would like to talk to him on the beeper phone so that our listeners could understand exactly what happened. And he said he was agreeable, and he permitted me to have his private phone number, and I called him on the phone, and I had the following conversation. So, Tommy, if you will, please, Tommy Reynolds, that particular tape, that beeper telephone conversation that I had with Kenneth Arnold in the afternoon of January 23rd, I'd like the listeners to hear it now.
Hello, Mr. Kenneth Arnold?
That's right.
This is Long John from WOR, sir. I'm very happy to have this opportunity of talking with you. I'm sorry, though, that you weren't able to join us on the program, but I was wondering, did you hear any of the program that we had on last night in reference to the Armstrong Circle Theater program?
I did, Long John, and in fact, I stayed up the entire night to hear the entire program.
Well, believe me, I'm very proud, Mr. Arnold. Actually, we need the listeners, so we've added a couple. Mr. Arnold, I know you're a very busy man, but very frankly, there's a couple of questions I would like to ask. First of all, a Mr. Irving Tunick, who is the writer of that particular program that was on the Armstrong Circle Theater last night, told me during a two-way beeper telephone conversation that the Armstrong people paid for you and Mrs. Arnold to come from Boise, Idaho to New York, and I understand they picked up the tab at the hotel, and that you rehearsed for 2 days, and at the end of that time, in other words, the day of the broadcast or the telecast, you sent a telegram and you failed to appear. Now, is that what happened, Mr. Arnold?
That's right.
In other words, you just failed to appear.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
But
would you care to comment on that, sir?
I think if I am able to give you the background as to what induced me to come to New York,
Yes.
you, as well as your listeners, would better understand my position as to not appearing on the program.
Well, we'd certainly like to hear your side of it, Mr. Arnold.
It was represented to me by a long-distance telephone conversation that the program, which was going to appear on the subject of UFO on Columbia Broadcasting System television network, was to be an honest, straightforward program giving a clear, concise picture of all of the really important knowledge that has been gathered about this subject since my first report of June 24th of 1947.
That's the time when you came up with that term, flying saucer. You're the originator of it, isn't that right, Mr. Arnold?
Not exactly, Long John. The term was actually coined by a United Press correspondent who put the question to me as, how did they fly? And I replied, they flew as if you would take a saucer and skip it across the water in a rough, erratic fashion. That's how the name, I think, became, as we look at it today, UFO or flying saucer.
Well, I still think, Mr. Arnold, you could take a bow for it. Well, let's get back into now. In other words, when you were planning to appear on the Armstrong Circle Theater, you were under the impression that you would be able to bring out all of the things that you had acquired as far as knowledge is concerned about this phenomena known as flying saucers since June 24th, 1947, right up to and including this day of January 23rd, 1958. Is that about the size of it?
To a major extent, it was, Long John, except that being that the subject of flying saucers has become such a complex problem since the time I first made my report, it would have been impossible to, you might say, project in a short time all of the pertinent facts that have been gathered. Though I was led to believe, and it was entirely at my choice, to appear on the program if I was satisfied that it was as it was represented to me in Boise, Idaho. The letter I received from these parties that induced me to make this long trip, dated of December 31st of 1957, assured me that before I left Boise, Idaho, and I will quote from the letter, as soon as we have the first draft of the script ready, we will forward it to you. I never received a draft of this script, but was assured over the telephone that they wanted me to come and that they knew that I would be more than happy to appear. The program, there was no question as to the representation, and that they would discuss that with me when I came to New York and had a chance to see what was going to be portrayed.
Who signed this letter that was mailed on December 31st, 1957.
The letter is on the stationery of the Talent Associates Limited, 41 East 50th Street, New York 22, New York, and it is signed by Mardette Edwards of the editorial department.
I see. So you decided, after talking to them on the phone, after receiving that letter dated December 31st, 1957, that you would make the trip to New York. In other words, you had confidence in them. Is that right, Mr. Arnold?
I had all the confidence that I could be assured of over the telephone, and though I've turned down many requests of this type, it seemed as though that this was going to be projected as represented, and I was anxious, of course, to see that the true story, as far as we know, was being portrayed for public interest.
Now, Mr. Arnold, when you did arrive here in New York, I assume that you went into conference with Mr. Robert Costello, the producer, and with Mr. Irving Tunick, the writer. Is that true, sir?
That's true.
And you saw the script that they had prepared for you?
I saw the script that they had prepared. Every participant in the program, it seemed, was continually changing everything in the script, so actually no one, I don't believe, really knew what the final outcome of it was going to be.
I see. In other words, even after the second day of rehearsal, you were not confident that this was going to be the last and final draft. Is that right, sir?
Right.
Uh-huh. Now, when did you make up your mind that you would not participate in this program, Mr. Arnold?
I made my final decision, I think, about 1 o'clock of the day of the program of January 26th. January 27th, or 22nd.
22nd, January.
I'm sorry.
January 22nd.
That's Wednesday, the day of the program.
Yeah, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes.
Now, that's only a couple of days ago, sir. What actually made you make that last-minute decision at that time? Did you see a revised edition of the script that you didn't like or something?
The entire program had not actually been reviewed as of the day before it was to be projected. The Secretary of Research and Development for our government had never appeared, and we didn't know whether his script was going to be as printed or whether it was going to be entirely changed. And even the people that I talked to on the program that had to do with it were unable to give me a definite answer about that.
I see. I understand from Mr. Tunick, who spoke to me on our beeper telephone, and I think you heard that conversation because you were listening to the program.
Yes.
He mentioned about a telegram that he did not read, but he was aware of the fact that it had been received evidently by the producer, Robert Costello. I wonder if you happen to have a copy of that telegram with you that you could read to me, or if you feel that it's of a personal nature, certainly, Mr. Arnold, I wouldn't insist that you read it. I'd let you pass judgment on it.
I can't very well say that it is of too personal a nature because the telegram stated at least my principles as to some background as to why I was not going to appear on the program, and copies of this telegram were also sent to two of the large New York newspapers, as well as a representative of Newsweek magazine, Rod Gander.
Do you know if a copy of the telegram appeared in any one of the two New York newspapers?
That I don't know. The papers they get out here, I'm not in New York City itself right now.
Don't mention where you are either, sir, because I have not divulged to our listeners your phone number, because I know many of them who are fans of yours would like to be able to contact you, and I know that you'd like to get some sleep. So don't mention the town that you're in, please.
All right.
Now, Mr. Arnold, would you be kind enough to read the telegram to me?
The copy of the telegram that you have requested as the date and the time was January 22nd, 1958 at 2:44 p.m. in the afternoon. It was sent to Mr. Robert Costello, Mr. Ivan Tunick, in care of the Armstrong Circle Theater, CBS Studio, 58, 841 9th Avenue, corner of 55th Street, New York. It is as follows. The persons or agencies who project information of national interest have a serious responsibility. A correctly informed public is one of the greatest assets this nation can have. This is to inform you that I will not be a participant on any program that obviously misrepresents and distorts facts available on any subject broadcast for the public interest, nor could I allow any photographs or material properly copyrighted to be used on any program without written permission of the owners. Signed, Kenneth Arnold, and there is a P.S. I am not making an appearance on any television program on January 22nd, 1958.
Well, I don't think you pulled any punches, Mr. Arnold. I was wondering if... I'm quite interested. I'm not really great at shorthand, but I've tried to make some quick notes on this just to question you about. I hope I have it down correctly. However, on the tape it is correct, sir. You mentioned about not wanting to participate in a program that I think you said misrepresents or distorts facts.
Right.
I'm paraphrasing. Naturally, I'm not quoting you accurately, sir. Do you feel that the program... First of all, did you see the program last night, sir?
Yes, I did.
And do you feel after viewing the program that there was a certain amount of misrepresentation and distortion of facts?
In this respect, mainly, you didn't quite read the part of the the telegram as I projected it to you properly in this way. I said, this is to inform, this is a part of the telegram, this is to inform you that I will not be a participant on any program that obviously misrepresents and distorts facts available on any subject.
I see.
Now, in other words, I know a great deal of demonstrable facts on this subject that were completely ignored even when I sent to the studio photographs and photostats of things that I know and could substantially prove to be true.
I see. Mr. Arnold, do you have any comment to make on the fact that Major Keyho, the last part of his statement was cut off the air? Do you have any comment on that? Or are you aware of the fact that it was cut off?
Yes.
This was done intentionally, you know.
Pardon?
This was done intentionally. This was not an accident. This was not faulty equipment.
I realize that.
What do you think about that, sir?
Mr. Keyho, as anyone participating on a program, is at a terrifically disadvantage, or a terrific disadvantage, I should say, due to the fact that you have to sign a release if you appear on the program stating that everything that is going to be stated, of which I'm sure Mr. Keyho didn't know the entire story, because I don't believe anyone knew, at least I couldn't find out. He had to sign this if he wanted to be a participant. I refused to sign mine because I had not as prearranged, the agreement between the program directors and myself, given the opportunity to actually see the entire program projected before it went on the air.
Are you familiar with any of the details about Captain Rappelt? According to many of the program listings in the newspapers, it was announced that Rappelt would appear on that program. Do you know if he arrived in New York and possibly decided at the last minute not to participate in the same manner that you did, Mr. Arnold?
I don't know anything about Mr. Rappelt. My impression, and I read that Clarence S. Childs, an Eastern Airline captain, was going to appear only by reading it in the paper. I think it was the Tribune. And I learned at the studio, I can't quote who it was that told me, it was one of the officials there, I assumed, that Eastern Airlines, which is, I think, managed by Eddie Rickenbacker, refused to let him come and be on the program. Now, that, of course, was just hearsay. I had no way of verifying it.
I see. In other words, then, I think possibly we could say that although we all believe in freedom of speech, evidently freedom of speech is something that we can have after approval by the authorities.
Well, it looks as though that through no fault of my own, I have placed myself, or I have been placed in a very precarious position, and I hesitate in making a remark on that. I don't feel in any way that I'm an authority on the principles of what is represented in our Constitution. I interpret them, I think, like lots of people, the best way I can. And my impression, of course, is that these things, anything that a man wishes to say, he has the right to say it as long as it in no way causes injury to anyone else, of which can be settled by due process of law. Now, my telegram in no way incriminates, I don't believe, anyone. I simply stated my principles, and my principles pretty well established my position as far as being a participant in a program that was for the public interest. And I wanted to be absolutely sure of the facts before I subjected myself as a representative of thousands of pilots to, well, what should I say? It wasn't whether Kenneth Arnold was important at all. It was the fact that I didn't believe that the program was treated quite fairly, and I don't believe that it probably was Mr. Costello or Mr. Tunick's fault in any way. It was just a circumstance that arose probably due to the fact that there has been so much controversy about this subject. If you know what I mean.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with it. Mr. Arnold, no doubt you heard Professor Menzel's comments about what he thought about pilots. Do you remember that comment?
Yes.
Would you care to say anything about it?
I received a phone call. How he got my number, I'm not sure, this morning.
From Professor Menzel?
No, from one of the prominent pilots.
I see.
Of one of the major airlines congratulating me on my stand.
Uh-huh.
And apparently, Mr. Menzel's ridicule of, or criticism of, indirectly of course, of pilots who are responsible every day for hundreds, probably thousands of our lives as we travel the airlines, wasn't too popular.
I can imagine. one last question, sir. I'm very, very appreciative of the fact that you've given us so much of your valuable time. Do you actually believe that the so-called flying saucers are interplanetary craft?
I don't think that you quite put your question properly.
Well, supposing you rephrase my question and answer it, sir.
Pardon?
Supposing you rephrase my question and answer it in your own way, sir.
What these things are that we are seeing in our skies, I don't believe it's anything to become hysterical about. Let me try to put it this way. The conclusions, if I were to come to any conclusions, which of course would have to be, I think, temporary on anyone that I know of part on this subject of things in the sky that are seen, would have to be based on the process of elimination, and that is that it has been pretty well demonstrated to me for nearly 10 years that it is not a product of our air forces or of the air forces or ingenuity of any other country on this globe. And the only conclusion that I could come to cautiously would be that it must be of an extraterrestrial origin. Whether it comes from another planet, as we interpret as planet, is something that I certainly couldn't make a statement, because that is something that I would be unable to prove.
Mr. Arnold, thank you very, very much for being kind enough to talk to me on the beeper phone. I'm only sorry that you were not able to join us on the party line in person during your stay in New York, but we sincerely hope that if you do come back to New York at any time, that you'll know that the welcome mat is out in front, and you're more than welcome to be on, and we'll be proud to have you.
Thank you very kindly, Long John. I'm sorry to have been so cautious, but I do feel the weight of responsibility in making a statement that would be incorrect, and I'm doing the very best I can.
Thank you again. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Well, that was the beeper telephone conversation that I had with Kenneth Arnold, the man that coined the phrase flying saucers back in the year of 1947. The way I said that, you might think I had that telephone conversation in 1947. Actually, it was in 1958, January 23rd, 1958, just a short time ago. Before we continue on with the discussion this morning, and I sincerely hope that maybe you'll call some of your friends and neighbors who are interested in this, because we are now talking about a very, very serious subject. And I think you heard the opening statement that Major Keyho made about what would happen if we had members of the Air Force in the studio with us. We don't, so you can expect something very, very exciting. Let me first of all take a moment to talk about Mrs. Long John with the party line. Did I just identify the station? I did? Well, I'm so happy, so proud to be on WR that I've done it twice. And if I were getting scaled for it, I'd get another $7.50. So what? Tommy Reynolds, my producer out there, he got very concerned that I doubled up on the station identifications. Now, we're going to be talking with Major Keyho, Major Donald E. Keyho, Director of NICAP, National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. And for the people who would like to contact that organization, I might also add it's a non-profit organization. You are more than welcome to take advantage of this address. Just write to NICAP, N-I-C-A-P, NICAP. The address, 1536 Connecticut Avenue, Washington 6, D.C. Now, we'll be talking with Major Donald E. Keyho, Jules B. St. Germain, Cortland Hastings, and Charles Leadham. Mr. Leadham is a TV producer and an author. But first, we're going to break away for a few minutes, maybe 5 or 6 minutes. We're going to enjoy a little coffee out in the kitchen. Incidentally, you know, we're not in New York tonight. We're out in the transmitter of WOR. That's located in Carteret, New Jersey. And we're going to be enjoying a little coffee and a little of the Danish pastry, and then we'll be back with you. And I hope you call some of your friends and neighbors, because you'll possibly have the opportunity, maybe it'll be your first time, to hear Major Donald E. Keyho. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Major Keyho is director of NICAP. He is also the author of a number of books on the subject of flying saucers, including Flying Saucers from Outer Space, published by Holt, The Flying Saucer Conspiracy, also published by Holt, and available in your bookstores. We have also with us this morning Cortland Hastings and Charles Leadham. And I understand that possibly in another 30 or 40 minutes that we'll have the pleasure of having Jules B. St. Germain, the attorney from Lynbrook, Long Island. He'll be joining us. Possibly some of you people remember the Armstrong Theater telecast. I think that was viewed around January 22nd of this year. And at that time, Major Keyho, it has been suggested by many that his conversation was sort of faded out. Some people claim that they didn't have time to let the Major complete his statement. However, he was on camera for the entire time, moving his lips, and yet what he had to say was not heard. We've had opinions from people associated with the Armstrong Circle Theater. We've talked to them on our beeper phone. We've also talked with Kenneth Arnold on the beeper phone. And this morning we have the pleasure of talking with Major Keyho in person. This is something we've attempted to do for some 2 years now. Major Keyho, I wonder if you could first tell some of our listeners, as well as the gentlemen sitting around the table here, if you could tell us what NICAP is.
NICAP is a non-profit private organization which is designed to collect and evaluate and make public all authentic information on unidentified flying objects or flying saucers. It has memberships in 47 states, 14 foreign countries, and on its board it includes such distinguished citizens as Vice Admiral R.H. Hillenkotter, who used to be director of CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, Rear Admiral Knowles, Colonel R.B. Emerson, Army retired, Major Fournet, who used to be the #1 investigator on UFOs for the Air Force and the Pentagon, and a number of others. Scientists, educators, religious men. We have a panel of experts in various fields who help evaluate sightings and other developments, and then we try to cover these publicly in the magazine and bulletins. And our aim is to try to get the subject out in the open and to get Congress to have open hearings so they'll finally strip away the secrecy.
You say, Major Keyho, that you want the subject to be brought in the open. What do you think should be brought out, sir? Is there something that we don't know as citizens of this country?
There's a very great deal. In the first place, pilots in the armed forces, in fact all members of the armed forces, are muzzled to a great degree in regard to sighting reports. The Air Force constantly denies this, but I have in front of me here copies of the official orders, JANF 146, a Joint Chiefs of Staff document, and AFR 200, that's an Air Force order, which says that no one will discuss any unexplained sightings. They won't release them to the press. Occasionally there are leaks, of course.
What is your opinion about this, Major Keyho? What is the reason that they're trying to silence these people?
Well, for a long time, the policy has been to explain away these sightings while behind the scenes they're very seriously investigating and trying to get all the answers. They're also trying to find the secret of propulsion so that we can duplicate it. I agree in the last phase that they're right in keeping everything they learn technically to themselves. But I think it's a great mistake to deceive the public, treat the American people like children, the way they did for a long time about the H-bomb. I mean, everybody was told that, yes, it was something that was a little worse than an A-bomb, and they didn't let us know that we could be blown right off the map. And for a long time, missiles from submarines were in the same category. Now, right now, 40 to 50% of the country could be wiped out by missiles from subs. Now, that was hushed up for a long time.
Do you think that this country is in danger from the possibility of an attack by people who may live on other planets?
I've never thought so because the modern phase goes back 10 years into World War II, and they've had plenty of time if they wanted to attack us, unless it's a very, very long-range preparation. Of course, there have been a few accidents, and some people view those as evidence of hostility. But I think we're merely under observation, and it's taken a long time because they are probably having difficulty in understanding us and deciding what to do, which they intend to communicate.
Pardon me. What planet do you think that these UFOs are coming from? Or what do you like to call them, sir? How do you like
I call them UFOs because even though you'll find the word flying saucers in the title of every book I've written, that's because a lot of people don't know what UFOs are. They're gradually coming around to it, but it helps to make the subject a little more serious. It's a very silly word, a term, flying saucers. It's an unfortunate thing. If they'd call them discs, it would have helped, or unidentified objects. But a lot of people hate to admit they believe in flying saucers just because of that name. Well, I like to call them UFOs.
Possibly, Court, you'd like to get in at about this time. I know that you've waited for a long while to have the opportunity of talking with Major Keyho. Is that a call you have now, Major?
Yes, I'll be right back. If you can excuse me for a moment.
Certainly. Go right ahead. I understand that there's a call that came in for Major Keyho, and we hope that it may be something that will be of interest to our listeners, because if we have something that we think that we may have, I think it will be of extreme interest to all concerned. Court, you've been a member of NICAP for quite a period of time, is that right?
Yes, I have, John.
And I was wondering if you could tell the listeners something about your personal opinions of NICAP, why it should remain in business, if that's the proper phrase to use, why it should continue to function.
Well, I think it's probably the outstanding organization, certainly in the United States, and I believe in the world, for the purpose of investigating UFOs or spaceships. I also prefer a term other than flying saucers because it is a term of ridicule, a term which certainly does not lend any commendation to the whole subject. The whole organization, John, of NICAP, I've been familiar with, in fact, considerably before Donald Keyho became its director. I had known the previous director, in fact, the man who organized NICAP, but when I went to Washington to look into it, and at that time, former director had proposed that I be a director of the organization. Upon investigation of it, it didn't seem to be set up properly to do the job that it was supposed to do. And therefore, I sent regrets regarding the honor which was offered. And since that time, I understand the situation has been clarified. NICAP is on an extremely sound basis of operation. But, of course, NICAP naturally needs members to carry on its work. It needs money to carry on its work. And I feel that anything as worthwhile as this certainly is entitled to receive such. I think Donald Keyho himself, John, has done a tremendous piece of work. He and his secretary, or administrator treasurer, I believe is her proper term now.
Mrs. Campbell?
Mrs. Campbell, yes, whom I know, have done yeoman work. They have just really been slaves at it and have put far and beyond the call of duty into NICAP. But they need help. They need help of those who are interested in saucers and of people who perhaps may not approve the subject or perhaps not be as familiar with it as others may be. But it is certainly a wonderful idea because they are trying to find the truth out about spaceships.
In other words, you don't feel that the government can accomplish this?
Definitely, I do not feel that the government is even beginning to accomplish it, John, because this problem is very much in the hands of the wrong agency, the Air Force. This kind of thing should be in the hands of another department of the government, perhaps the Department of State, better yet, in a completely new agency, because we are dealing with something which is not known to physical science as to what the power is. It is not known to anybody here on Earth from where they come. That is, let's put it this way, it can't be proven from where they come, except that they don't come from this planet.
May I interrupt you for just a moment, Court? What is coming? In other words, you say that the Air Force, or rather you say that science has no knowledge of where they come from or what the method of propulsion is. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the UFOs, the spaceships. We don't know what powers them. We know it's something...
But in other words, are you implying that we know that they're there?
Sure, of course. Without any question of a doubt. Mm-hmm. If our pilots of the Air Force, our commercial pilots, if thousands of American citizens, I probably could almost say hundreds of thousands, but let's be conservative and say thousands, can be believed. Now, granted, there are a number which are mistaken identity, perhaps even over half. But I would say that certainly a minor portion of the sightings, a major portion by the pilots, but a minor portion by the citizenry, could be termed as credible.
You feel that half of them are credible?
Of the citizenry? Or the
yes,
pilots?
Of the sightings.
Well, the pilots, John, I think the big... Oh, yes, because the pilots are men who know what is in the skies. Mm-hmm. They are trained to identify other aircraft. And their opinions are those of men who are learned in subject of flight and ships which go through the air. Therefore, we could, I think, safely assume that their sightings would be very much more reliable than would the citizenry. And in many cases, they've been closer.
I think that Dr. Menzel, though, sort of blew that theory high, wide, and handsome when he was on the Armstrong Circle Theater.
Well...
he does not discredit the pilots as pilots. But the fact that a man is a pilot does not mean that he is also a physicist and an astronomer and a scientist in general, does it?
No, John, and I don't think that our physicists and astronomers at this point are geared in whole round fashion to judge these either, because apparently there is something beyond our three-dimensional science involved.
Mm-hmm. Charles?
However...
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Go ahead, Court. I'm sorry.
The pilots, however, several have seen these at rather close quarters, that is, within several hundred feet, some within a quarter mile, some within a half mile or a mile, and some at greater distance. But they are obviously not other aircraft, and they move at such fantastic speeds and with such maneuverability, such as taking sharp right-angle turns, going at perhaps 1,000 or 3,000 miles an hour, or even reverse directions with no hesitancy. And that obviously is something way beyond...
Isn't that pretty slow? I think I've heard reports. I mean, I think you've read them too, Court. Reports about UFOs being checked in some manner, and they claim that the speed is 7,000 miles an hour.
That is right, and I believe that Commander McLaughlin, I believe, of the Navy, had some tracking mechanism. I'm not familiar with the tracking mechanism, John, but at any rate, it was done for the purpose of checking the weather balloons, and they tracked a saucer at somewhere around 50,000 feet elevation, I believe, going about 18,000 miles an hour. But that has been the maximum speed. However, it's no different than our Sputnik or satellite, so...
Mm-hmm. Charles Leadham.
Court, a couple of questions. First of all, on NICAP, I've heard this term thrown around a great deal, and I can't remember exactly what it stands for.
National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena.
Congratulations, John. I don't wonder. I have to stop
I have it in front of me. I'm not going to kid anybody.
Good man. The second question, earlier you spoke about what NICAP was doing, and I think your phrase was they were trying to find out the truth about spaceships. Now, to me, this indicates a certain predisposition when you say to find out the truth about spaceships. Am I perhaps wrong in thinking that you are predisposed to there being spaceships? Or would you like to rephrase it and say to find out the truth about the objects?
Oh, that's all right. It really doesn't matter much the term we use, UFOs, spaceships, whatever.
Well, it matters to me a great deal, because if a man comes to me and says, I've got a project to find out the truth about spaceships, then I say to him, well, you're already convinced they're spaceships and you just want to show it so. Isn't that true? And if he comes and says, I want to find out the truth about objects, then I assume that he's taking a scientific attitude and will accept reasonable proof that they don't exist. I'm not trying to push you into anything.
No,
do you think these are
you
spaceships and you want to prove that they are? Is that the object of NICAP?
The object of NICAP is to investigate anything, shall we say, from space. So I would put that in perhaps less definite terminology than I had phrased it. I didn't mean to try and pin it down quite that closely, Charles. Personally, I do believe in spaceships. I think that the overwhelming weight of testimony is so vast that there is no question. But there is much to be learned about them, because we actually know very, very little about them, other than they appear to come from other than earthly origin. In other words, are of extraterrestrial origin, that they go through our atmosphere at vast speeds, far in excess of our own aircraft speeds. They have maneuverability, which we cannot have and don't have. I don't say cannot have. We may have someday, but we certainly don't have it now. Some of these appear to be constructions, some appear to have landed.
Excuse me, Court, there's one question which has bothered me about flying saucers and spaceships or whatever they are. And the maneuverability, particularly this right-angle turn thing, which, if true, if something turns a right angle at fantastic speeds, 9, 10, 12,000 miles an hour, then they have got something there. But without attempting to penetrate the mind of the man who is flying this thing, the Venusian or Martian, if he wants to get from point A to point B, why in the devil would he fly a right-angle corner? I've never been able to understand that.
Oh.
I can do it. I'm walking from here over yonder, and if I want to do a right-angle turn, I'm going slow. But ordinarily, I sort of go straight there.
Well, if they had to go from point to point, I venture to say they would probably go perhaps even a shorter distance than our own aircraft fly, because unless we're flying great distances, we don't go via the Great Circle route.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know just why they make right-angle turns, other than, in some cases, to avoid. For example, you will recall, I think, Charles, hearing the story by Jay Glick, who was on this program with us some time back. I had contacted Jay myself at the request of some others, because I had never met the gentleman. And when I saw that he seemed like a very sensible person and had a very interesting story to tell, in fact, he's an extremely interesting person in his own right, Long John was kind enough to invite him on the program. And Jay was on the plane which flew to San Juan from New York. And just a little bit out of San Juan, this flying object, UFO, appeared to approach this plane coming at a tremendous speed, and it looked as though it was absolutely on a collision course. So the pilot, in order to avoid this, pulled the plane into an extremely sharp climb, threw everybody in the aisle, and bounced people off the ceiling, and hurt some. In fact, I understand one of the people is still hospitalized. And Jay was thrown back in his seat very sharply, but it put him at such an angle that he had a better view to look out the window than he had when he was sitting upright. And he could see this thing, and it came directly at the plane, took a right-angle turn, and took another one, went right back. And there was no hesitancy in any of these movements.
What do you think this proves, Court?
Well, it shows that it certainly was something that we don't have. It wasn't a meteor. It wasn't a fireball. It wasn't another plane. It had to be something which...
Why do you put that much confidence in Mr. Glick?
Well, it wasn't only Mr. Glick. After all, I think, again, we have to look at the pilot. The pilot is a man of many, many thousands of hours of flying, and he has seen probably all the different aircraft there are. And there is nothing which indulges in that kind of maneuver. Furthermore, there were no other aircraft right close by him, although 7 other aircraft did see this object.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've talked about NICAP on this program many, many times. NICAP, that stands for National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. Major Keyho, our guest this morning, is director of NICAP. As an individual, I don't buy the flying saucer stories, but I don't think you're interested in my opinion. However, I can honestly tell you this, that I receive, I think, almost every publication that is published in the field of flying saucers. And some of them are really great. But I can honestly tell you that I think that the NICAP publication is just about tops. If you'd like to know more about it, you can write a letter or a card to NICAP. That's NICAP, 1536 Connecticut Avenue, Washington 6, D.C. I'll repeat that again. That's NICAP, NICAP, the address 1536 Connecticut Avenue, Washington, Zone 6, D.C. Now, this is not a commercial. They are not sponsors of the program. It's only natural they cannot be sponsors because it's a non-profit organization. But I think that certainly the good bulk of our listeners, the great majority, should certainly be interested in NICAP because it offers memberships and publications giving authentic UFO sightings, and I'd like to underline that word, authentic UFO sightings, and to update developments about unidentified flying objects. And if you'd like to become a NICAP associate member, it will entitle you to a year's subscription to NICAP magazine, the UFO Investigator, and to special or confidential bulletins as issued from time to time. So if you'd be interested, NICAP, NICAP, the address 1536 Connecticut Avenue, Washington 6, D.C., District of Columbia. Major Keyho, just as we were going to talk to you again, there was a call for you, a long-distance call. I was just wondering, was that a personal call, or was it something that may be of interest to our listeners?
Well, I think it would interest almost anyone who is interested in the flying saucer subject. This came from Captain Joe Hall of Capital Airlines. Captain Hall is a veteran. He's been flying 18 years, 16,000 hours, most of them at the controls of an airliner. Now, this is not a personal sighting of his, but it's one from a lieutenant in the United States Navy, and he checked on it and backs it 100%. Incidentally, Captain Hull himself had a sighting which was reported some months ago, a very strange one, as he was flying from New York to New Orleans. On this flight, he was also flying from New Orleans to New York, and this naval pilot, and we can't give his name, although I have it in front of me, because you have to request the man's permission before you can name him on the air like that. He reported this sighting. On December 11th, 1955, he and another Navy pilot were flying from Jacksonville Naval Air Station, Jacksonville, Florida. They were flying Cougar jets on a practice mission. It was a clear night, and they hadn't seen anything in the sky. Suddenly they received an urgent message from the tower to fly directly out over the ocean, and they were vectored, that is, guided, on a certain course. They flew several miles on this course, and they suddenly discovered in front of them an object with an orange-red glow to it, which as soon as they started to close in, began to maneuver at very high speed. Now, each one of these Cougar jets was equipped with radar, and they picked up this strange UFO, or flying saucer, but they couldn't get a lock on. That is, the radar would not lock on and guide the planes automatically, because each time they tried to close in, this strange object would either accelerate to tremendous speed, or else it would climb up to a very high altitude. In fact, the altitude during this chase varied from 6,000 to 30,000 feet. And the speeds varied from about as slow cruising speed as they could make with the jet up to near sonic, which is roughly over 700 miles an hour near sea level. They said during this chase, they were constantly receiving reports from the tower. Said by that time the tower was filled with high-ranking officers from Jacksonville Naval Air Station, and that they were being tracked by radar at Jacksonville, which showed the blips of the two jets and the UFO as it was outmaneuvering them. They were also getting telephone calls from people all over the area, so that they had direct, authentic reports from more than 100 ground witnesses. Now, this particular report was checked by Hull. He found out the name of the other pilot involved. He said there is no doubt in his mind that this was an authentic sighting, and that the pilot told him that they felt absolutely ridiculous, because here they were in high-speed jets, and this thing was just making monkeys out of them. This may not sound as dramatic as some of the sightings that have been published, but if you stop and think, the men involved being trained Navy pilots, and the man investigating it, a veteran airline captain, I think it should make an impression. To me, it's a very interesting case.
Major Keyho, we have so many questions to ask you, and I know that I have dozens of them, but I think in all fairness, Charles will give you a little chance for a couple of minutes anyway.
All right, sir. One question which has interested me, Major, and I believe you've mentioned several times that there is, to your mind, or at least to the mind of NICAP, a good possibility that the saucers are using perhaps Mars as a base of operations for observing Earth.
Yes, I've said that.
And I think you said that one of the things which led you to believe this was that the incidence of sightings had increased every time Mars was nearby over the past 10 years.
That's right.
Well, the thing which makes me curious about this is if indeed these objects are interplanetary or perhaps intersystem ships, so they must be capable of pretty fantastic range and speed and so forth, why would they even bother with a little thing like the extra distance across the solar system and just wait around until Mars happened to be a little closer to come looking at us?
Well, that's a very good question. Of course, we don't know the maximum speeds or the propulsion methods. It's really speculation based on sort of an educated guess. The first time that this increase was noted, it was just considered a coincidence. That was in 48. There was another very big one in 50, a very great one in 52, enough so that the Canadian government project decided at that time that they would make it official. It had been an unofficial deal until then. As far as the speeds are concerned, it may be that there are large units which do take advantage of the closeness of Mars to discharge smaller ones which they leave in our area, orbiting, perhaps even operating from the moon. I don't know the answer. It's mere speculation, as I say, but it is on record, however, that there has been an increase which precedes the opposition to Mars and lasts anywhere from 2 to 3 months afterwards.
On the subject of speeds, I don't know whether it was you or Court who mentioned earlier that there had been at least one report of an object traveling at, I think, 18,000 miles an hour. Is that an official NICAP sighting? That is one of which NICAP is aware. It's an official Navy sighting, which was referred to the Air Force. It was out of White Sands. As a matter of fact, it was Holloman Air Force Base. It was a theodolite tracking by trained observers who were tracking a balloon and about to track a missile, and they sighted this object. It was certified by everyone in the group and was considered by the Navy a very good sighting. The Air Force later tried to belittle the observers and say they were incompetent. One of them who made this report was Captain R.B. McLaughlin, USN, who is now the commanding officer of the Naval Ordnance Laboratory at Corona, California. He's a guided missile expert. He says that he thinks that this thing was undoubtedly a spaceship, and he believes that they are operating from Mars. And he's still a high-ranking officer and is still in charge of a missile laboratory.
You mean the Air Force didn't succeed in having him broken?
No, they didn't.
Well, do you mean that, Court, that they tried to have him broken?
No,
but they ridiculed.
They ridiculed the sighting, but they had nothing to base the ridicule on.
Well, Major, the thing, I'm not familiar with this case. From what you said, I assume that someone who was tracking a weather balloon saw this object through the theodolite.
That's right.
Which, to my recollection, is a small sighting device, a tube or something with lenses in which you get an altitude and direction fix on a weather balloon.
Right. It's usually a very good telescope, though it's not a...
And then, according to my mathematics, this thing which was moving at 5 miles per second, they apparently followed that across the sky accurately with this small telescopic device.
If you're a good theodolite operator, you can track quickly. They track guided missiles with those out at White Sands, too.
Yes, but I don't think those go at 5 miles per second, do they?
No, but they
That's from horizon to horizon in a couple of seconds.
This thing was not observed from horizon to horizon. It was picked up and observed until it made a very sudden, sharp ascent. And the thing that made the report impressive was the fact that the angle of climb was also calculated, and the G's involved were, I think, on the order of 36 to 38 G's.
Excuse me, go ahead.
It was accepted by the people at the base there, including commanding officer of the naval unit, as an authentic sighting because of the experience of the men involved.
Charles, you
Yes,
said
sir.
that you went from horizon to horizon in a couple of seconds. I don't think that this is quite what you mean, because the Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter, and if this thing was going at 18,000 miles an hour, it would have taken, say, 20 minutes or so at least to make that traverse.
Well, I think you're mistaken there, Court, because most theodolites are not able to observe from one side of the Earth to the other, at least not the ones with which I'm familiar. The ones with which I am familiar are based on the ground and can see to the horizon, which is, from ground level 5 to 10 miles away. They cannot see around the curve of the Earth.
That's understandable, yes.
Well, now, how do you mean it took 20 minutes?
Well, I was trying to figure the 8,000 miles divided by 18,000 miles an hour. I was making it conservative.
Is it your understanding that the theodolite kept this
I don't know
object?
anything about the theodolite myself.
I'm tracing your own figures. Is it your understanding that the man, wherever it was, with or without a theodolite, tracked this object from, shall we say, China around to Russia, which would fit in with your statistics?
No.
Well, what was the 20-minute thing you gave me?
Because I was simply dividing the diameter of the Earth, which would be some 8,000 miles, and assuming that 8,000 to be tangential to the surface of the Earth, one could see at that point in a straight line from a tangent point in either direction, which roughly we would call horizon to horizon. And actually, we don't see around curvature, as we know. So at least it would be quite a number of minutes, which this thing would be within vision.
Well, Court, the thing I'm trying to pin down here, because this is a very interesting sighting to me, is I take it you are given to understand that the theodolite first picked this thing up when it was 4,000 miles away.
I don't know. I'm not familiar.
Possibly
Major is about
Keyho
that
would be
one.
more familiar with it. You have some reference on that particular sighting,
This
Major?
is a briefing on it. I wouldn't have all the details here. It was calculated to be 56 miles above the Earth and flying at 5 miles per second. That is, you're correct, 18,000 miles per hour. It was elliptical in shape, and they computed the approximate size or length as 105 feet. Now that is the basis of that particular report. If I can find the rest of it later, I'll give it to you. But anyway, I do remember that. And the fact that McLaughlin added 3 other reports when he made this one public, and the others were not merely one unit sighting, where theodolites had been tracking objects from various points in White Sands, and also radar had picked them up. And in one case, there had been a visual and moving picture film taken at the same time.
Major Keyho, do you think that the officials of the Air Force actually believe that there are UFOs arriving here on this planet, or at least hovering over this planet, that are coming here from other planets, from Mars or Venus?
You didn't say how many. If you mean the entire Air Force...
Well, no, I don't. I certainly wouldn't want you to go on record to tell us what the...
I would say that there is a sizable group in the Air Force, and I know that the time when I was working with them, which was back in 52 and 53, there was a very good percentage that believed it, not only believed it, that thought the public should know about it. And there have been documents drawn up by Air Force intelligence officers stating their belief in that. And, of course, the most important one was the 1948 top-secret estimate, which the Air Force, for the first time tonight, came out and denied. They denied because they were on the spot with that document.
Was that on the Mike Wallace show?
That's right.
That was where the denial was made?
That's where the denial was made. It was given to Mike Wallace. What happened was that I had tried to say that the Air Force had these documents. I tried to say that on the Armstrong program, January 22nd.
Mm-hmm.
The Air Force representative, according to Mr. Irv Tunick, the writer for Armstrong, told him that would have to be taken out or the Air Force would immediately deny it, and even if it meant denouncing the source. The source, not me, but Captain Edward Ruppelt, who was formerly chief of Project Blue Book. Ruppelt had stated the existence of those documents in his book, which was cleared by security and review of the Air Force. I checked on that. It was cleared December 5th, 1955. They did not want that statement made.
Now, wait a minute. I'm sorry, Major. Who didn't want the statement made?
The Air Force did not want it made. And
on that telecast?
In his book. No, in the Ruppelt book. They tried to hold up his book, and they were told by Doubleday, the publisher, that if they didn't get a clearance within a certain time, they're going to publish it anyway. So they got it. But on this, they had refused to answer questions about that for a long time. I had my Senator Byrd ask them specifically about it. One of 11 questions, Major General Joe Kelly, head of Legislative Liaison, evaded all the questions, including that one. Nobody had ever pinned the Air Force down. I had told Wallace that I had proof of it, and they said it was absolutely untrue. I showed a portion of the script in which this was marked right out. And anybody can identify that as part of the Armstrong script because it's from the same typewriter. You can see it. I've got all those scripts in my...
Would you read that part of the script to us tonight?
Yes.
I'd like to hear that. While you're getting that ready, sir, let me take a moment to talk about one of our sponsors, and then we'll be back with Major Keyho. Major Keyho, before you read the statement that you were not permitted to read on the Armstrong Circle Theater telecast, I would like to have you give me your opinion, if you will, please, on two questions. Number one, why didn't Ruppelt appear on that program? According to TV Guide, he was listed.
Well, that's right. He at first accepted the invitation. According to Mr. Tunick, the Armstrong writer, he was quite enthusiastic about it. And later he said he didn't realize he'd have to be there for rehearsals for 2 or 3 days and that he just couldn't spare the time. That may be the exact answer. It's also possible that since he's with an aircraft company that they decided maybe it was just as well not to have him on. But they did agree to let him on the I've got a secret program sometime before, so I assume that is the correct answer.
Mm-hmm. Now the next question, sir. Kenneth Arnold was in town. He was at rehearsals, I think, for 2 days, and he refused to appear on the program, and it was his opinion, and I have the telegram in front of me, a copy of it. He said in this telegram, "I will not be a participant on any program that obviously misrepresents and distorts the facts available on any subject broadcast for the public interest, nor would I allow any photographs or material properly copyrighted to be used on any program without written permission of the owners." Do you feel that Mr. Arnold was correct in that statement?
Well, I talked with Arnold quite a bit. I could tell at the end of the first day that he wasn't happy about it, and the second day that he was thinking of pulling out. And I happened to see him the very instant he was checking out of the hotel. Mm-hmm. And I told him I thought it would be better if he'd stay on because it would look bad, though he's giving in to the Air Force. And he said that he felt that it was a rigged program, or that may not be verbatim, but words to that effect. And he had wanted to state certain things, and they said there was not enough time for it. I didn't overhear his discussion with the writers and producers, but I knew that he was progressively getting unhappy about it. And he sent them that telegram. They got it about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And, of course, somebody else had to read his section.
Well, now, before you read your statement, sir, I wonder if you can give me your opinion for the reason. Why did they even produce or even think of this particular show if they were going to run into so many problems? And certainly the Air Force must have informed Robert Costello and Irv Tunick that they were not going to agree with you, and they were not going to let you just make any statement that you felt would be right to do.
Well, I can give you 2 or 3 angles on that. I don't know whether you may have seen these letters. But I'll go back to the first. They told me that I was the first one that they approached.
Now you're referring to
the Armstrong people.
The Armstrong people, yes.
Mr. Tunick called me and asked whether NICAP would cooperate putting on a program on UFOs. And I said, yes, we'd be glad to, as long as we were given a fair representation. He said, well, we'd be glad to do that, and asked for advice, and I gave him some ideas, and I was thinking at the time that it was going to be a panel discussion. I said, be sure to get the Air Force in there. He said later, we're having a little trouble with the Air Force. I said, well, tell them that if they don't put somebody on, you'll simply announce on the air that the Air Force was given full chance to explain its side, and they refused to have anyone on. Whether or not that did it, I don't know. But anyway, he called back and said the Air Force has now reversed itself and everything's fine. They're giving us full cooperation. But the first thing I knew, a script came down showing the Air Force had all of Part 2, and I had 5 minutes of Part 3. Ruppelt had 3 minutes, and Menzel and the Air Force had the rest of it, which meant a balance of more than 3 to 1 in time. I kicked about it, and they said, well, you should have asked for equal time at the start, which was true, but I had thought it was a discussion show.
Did they give you any reason as to why they didn't give equal time? Didn't they think that NICAP would be entitled to equal time?
They said they felt that Douglas Edwards' presentation was more from NICAP's viewpoint than the Air Force, that it was really on our side and that to help balance it. I do say that he did give a very fair picture of it, but it was not NICAP's story. And they said, well, we'll squeeze in a few more minutes if we can. Then Ruppelt backed out, and I got his time, and they squeezed in another minute or 2. I think altogether I ended up with about 10 or 11.
Is this including the time that you were talking, but that the pots were closed?
I don't know. It wasn't timed exactly. It was something like that. On Sunday before the show, I would talk with some of our Board of Governors, and they said, we don't like that script. It's entirely too weak. And I agreed, and they said, well, have these points. And we listed these 4 documents I'm going to tell you about that should be mentioned, and other things. In the meantime, I had been told that the Air Force would not go on the show if there were going to be any personalities, and also I was told that I could not mention the orders which muzzle pilots.
That's what you did mention on this program.
I didn't mention, you mean just now?
Mm-hmm.
That there are orders muzzling pilots, yes, but I was told I couldn't mention that on that program.
In other words, I'm pretty stupid.
No, you're open-minded. Well, they were in a spot. Anyway, he said, we'll do the best we can. But then I insisted on the change, so I completely rewrote the script that night, and the morning I got up there, it was in typewriting. I read it off in rehearsal with Doug Edwards, and it wasn't until either late that afternoon or the next day that the Air Force man discovered about these 4 documents. At that time, Tunick came over and said that they won't allow that to go on as is without protest, and they will immediately deny it and deny the source. Now, if you want me to, I'll read the statement now.
I certainly want you to, Major, yes.
All right, here is the statement which crossed out.
You want to read the opening part of that statement that we did hear?
Yes.
That those people who saw the telecast, there may be some who missed it. And then tell us when you're reading the part that they would not permit you to do.
All right. I don't have the preceding page, but I can remember it. Edwards asked me what was the reason for the wide difference of statements between NICAP, myself, and the Air Force. I mean, where the Air Force says they don't exist, we say they do exist. And I said there could be 2 reasons. One of them was an honest difference of opinion among analysts. Second, there's an official policy believed in the best interests of the people not to confirm the existence of UFOs until all answers are known. And then this was supposed to follow. Captain Edward J. Ruppelt, former chief of Project Blue Book, has confirmed the existence of 4 important Air Force documents that should be noted. In 1948, in a top-secret estimate, ATIC, that's the Air Technical Intelligence Center, concluded the UFOs were interplanetary spaceships. In 1952, an Air Force intelligence analysis of UFO maneuvers brought the same conclusion, interplanetary. In 1953, a report by a panel of top scientists at the Pentagon reached this conclusion. There is strong circumstantial evidence, but no concrete proof that the UFOs are spaceships. They recommended intensifying the investigation and telling the American people all the facts. Now, that is the part that was cut out. You'll notice there are only 3 documents mentioned. Just before that, apparently to save space, Tunick or someone had cut out the 1947 documents, which said that these things were real, whatever they were. Now,
wasn't this on the teleprompter, sir?
No, it was not on the teleprompter because for 2 days we rehearsed with scripts. I think at the end of the second day they were onto the teleprompter, yes. But this never was put on the teleprompter. And at that time, I was faced with the alternative of either allowing it to be cut out or else not going on the air. It wasn't stated that way. It merely said that the Armstrong people couldn't have any fight of that kind. I mean, I would make the statement, the Air Force would deny it and end up calling Captain Ruppelt a liar. Well, if they had done that, I would, of course, have produced some other evidence that I had. But to avoid it, I was afraid that I'd be out of it completely, and the Air Force would simply have it be clear, and it would look as though we were afraid to talk back to the Air Force.
One point, Major Keyho. I saw that telecast, and I imagine that you were allotted about 5 minutes after the Air Force representative. According to my opinion, it was about 5 minutes that you talked. Now, I was under the impression that you were reading from a teleprompter several of the statements that you made that would possibly confirm the existence of the UFOs.
I did, that's right.
In other words, that was
on the teleprompter. Yes.
Now, what happened when we came to that final 20 seconds? Was the teleprompter blank?
No. What had happened was this. I was getting more burned up, to use a colloquialism, at the fact that the Air Force had too much time and that this had been cut out of the script and that the public was getting an unfair picture. So I mentioned to one of the Armstrong representatives that we had been working with a Senate subcommittee on UFO secrecy for about 6 months. And they had a lot of evidence and that they were considering possibility of public hearings. And I said, if I put that in there, how would that be? And he said he thought it would be terrific. But I understood later that he had no authority to okay such a thing. And what I should have done was gone to Bob Costello, the producer. I still hadn't made up my mind. We went on the air. We got to a certain point, and I just started to stick in a line ad-libbing this about the Senate committee. As soon as I got to the word Senate committee, they cut off the audio on my mic. It came over Doug Edwards. Some people did hear it faintly.
Yeah, I have it on tape.
Yeah. But that was what I was trying to say. I was not going to mention this other stuff that was deleted because I promised not to.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Major Keyho, but I'm going to have to take a couple of minutes to take care of some of our sponsors. Well, we're going to take a couple of minutes off for a coffee break. I hope that if you know some of your friends who may be up at this time of the morning, I certainly would appreciate it if you with Major Donald E. Keyho. That's Major Keyho of NICAP, N-I-C-A-P. That's National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. This is a non-profit organization that he is director of. It's located in Washington, D.C. That's NICAP, N-I-C-A-P. And their address, for our listeners who will be interested, no doubt, in contacting NICAP, the address is 1536 Connecticut Avenue. That's 1536 Connecticut Avenue, Washington 6, D.C. Now, NICAP, as I mentioned before, is a non-profit organization. This is not a commercial for them, but I certainly would like to extend Major Keyho this courtesy and to the organization. I happen to be a member of it, and I think that their publication is something that everybody should have in their home if you're interested in the subject of flying saucers. Even if you buy them or if you don't buy them, certainly this is a very, very interesting publication. And, of course, when you join NICAP, it offers you membership and publications giving you authentic UFO sightings and to update developments about unidentified flying objects. And if you become a NICAP associate member, you will be entitled to a year's subscription to NICAP magazine, the UFO Investigator, and to special or confidential bulletins as issued from time to time. And you can contact NICAP at 1536 Connecticut Avenue, Washington 6, D.C. Major Keyho, I think you mentioned on that telecast, and of course we'd like to have the other information that you were not permitted to read or mention over the Armstrong Circle Theater that particular evening, but I think you mentioned something about a Senate committee.
Yes.
Were you referring to the McClellan Committee, sir?
The McClellan Subcommittee, which is the Permanent Subcommittee on Government Operations, yes.
That's the committee that
That's
you were
the committee,
referring
yes.
to.
I had not given that name out before because at one time they said, don't, we'll be swamped with mail. But after the Armstrong program, somebody guessed it, and Paul Parker down in Philadelphia called in and got permission to name it, so he put it on the air.
Who did he get permission from? From you or from
no, from the committee.
From the committee?
Yes.
In other words,
Chief Counsel.
Are you supposed to get permission to mention it?
Well, no, he merely wanted to verify it, I think, the fact that there was, so that he could make it authentic. I mean, I had told him.
I see.
About the committee without naming it, and he did a little guessing and called out, and the Chief Counsel said, yes, we've been making a preliminary check before we decide on public hearings.
Mm-hmm.
That was, of course, the thing that I tried to say when I was cut off. Incidentally, you asked about the teleprompter. I had 2 or 3 more paragraphs on there in which I said that I urged anyone who had information on UFOs and was withholding it, that is, good verified sightings, to send them in to us, either openly or confidentially, and to, if they were interested in the subject, to write to us, and we had our address in there, everything, which you've been so kind to mention here. As soon as I started ad-libbing this, the teleprompter began to rack up and down so fast I couldn't read it. So I knew by then that I was in disfavor somewhere. But I finished as quickly as I could from memory, and they had left me on camera.
Yes, they did.
And at that time, they switched to Doug Edwards. But here's something I'd like to make clear. I want everyone to know that I never blamed Armstrong or CBS. The writer, Tunick, and the producer, Bob Costello, were the nicest guys I have ever encountered on a TV program like that, and, well, anywhere on any networks. And they did try hard to offset the lack of time. I felt particularly bad because Costello was so worried about the effect. And I stuck around there for an hour and a half to talk with any newspapers that called up, in spite of the fact several people said I went away and left everybody in the dark about what I was going to say. But here is a statement that CBS...
if I may interrupt
yes.
you for just a moment, Major, also in talking about Robert Costello and Irv Tunick, I think it was about 3 o'clock in the morning, the following morning, I talked with Mr. Tunick. He was trying to get me on the phone, and our switchboard was pretty well tied up that morning because naturally a number of people that saw the telecast thought that maybe we would have some knowledge of what you tried to say. So Mr. Tunick sent me a wire, and then I had him on the beeper phone, and he told us what had happened down there, and he was extremely complimentary about you, sir. And he said that you were very cooperative, and he appreciated it.
Well, I appreciate
that. Right on the air.
I hated it because they'd both been so friendly, and they did not. I don't think either one of them liked this business about the censorship. And also, so that's okay. And I did sign a statement to that effect. However, I didn't mention the censorship that happened before then because I thought, well, if I do that, it will look as though I did this for that reason. That I did it in order to get that thing in the newspapers. So I purposely kept quiet about the censorship that the Air Force had caused during the time. It would have been a wonderful time to spring it and show that piece of paper from the script, but I didn't. I just waited because I didn't want to hurt Costello and Tunick anymore. I thought they might be blamed for having some knowledge of it. But here is a line that CBS had in a letter, a form letter they send to everybody about the program, said, this program had been carefully cleared for security reasons. Therefore, it was the responsibility of this network to ensure performance in accordance with predetermined security standards. Now, I would like to know why, if the flying saucers don't exist, if they absolutely are no menace of any kind, and they couldn't be, and they simply are something, a product of imagination or their errors, why there is security about it, and why the program had to be cleared at all. Why was it they were so worried that I might say something. And also, I venture to say this. If the Air Force colonel had started to ad-lib a statement in there, I wonder whether they would have pulled the switch on him.
I can't answer the question.
I'd lay you a good bet. About 50 to 1 that they wouldn't have.
Well, you're a betting man, Court. I'm not.
If you want to get around to it later, I know I've talked quite a little bit here. There are some other items that were in the original manuscript sent up there.
Well, no, I would appreciate it very much if you'd like to comment on them right now, sir.
All right,
because the listeners will naturally be very interested in these
All right,
things.
now, I don't say that this was censorship, because they couldn't actually, unless they'd given me even time, they couldn't have covered all this. I was hoping that they would actually be forced into giving me equal time with the Air Force, which didn't happen. Well, one of them was the case in Indianapolis, where practically half the city saw an object in 1952, and a statement by Captain Richard Case, who was flying an American Airlines Convair, and said that this was a controlled craft of some sort, and he was perfectly convinced. Then I had a military case by Marine Corps Captain Don Holland, and the fact that his sighting was confirmed by Major General William G. Manley, USMC, who said he did sight it, and that it was an authentic sighting. Then I mentioned the fact that many Air Force pilots are among the hundreds who claim the UFOs are real. And I had in here the Far East Air Force report of an encounter in December 1956. And incidentally, that was described in our magazine, The UFO Investigator. There's an Air Force jet pilot caught this on his radar, and the blip showed it to be as large as or larger than a B-29 bomber. And he locked on with his radar and tried to close in. He saw this thing ahead of him, a strange round object, and this was later computed to be at least 200 and 250 and perhaps 300 feet in diameter. He closed to within 5 miles, and during that time, he had a mysterious radar interference from the object. He kept switching frequencies, and after a few seconds, the interference would come back. When he got to within 5 miles, this object accelerated to between 1,500 and 1,800 knots. That's roughly around 2,000 miles an hour, and went out of sight so quickly that it just vanished. That was cut out. I was argued against using that one because you can't use the pilot's name. Well, the Air Force will not release the names of witnesses in any case, and I think it was a good one. I think the reason it was cut out because it would have put the Air Force on the spot. I also mentioned the fact that Senator Barry Goldwater, an Air Force Reserve colonel, has said that he frankly feels there's a great deal to this, and he'd often discussed it with Air Force officers. Then I mentioned the documents, which I have already gone over, and the Mantell case, what stayed in the Mantell case. I mentioned that also in 1948, the pilot of an Air Force T-6 had a weird dogfight with a strange UFO over Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland. And after trying to close in for 10 minutes, he switched on his landing lights, and he saw this strange object make a tight turn and head toward the East Coast. Now, the Air Force experts in the Air Weather Service checked on this and reported in a secret report, which was later declassified. This was definitely not a balloon. In spite of that, the Air Force came out and released a public statement that this man had been dogfighting with a balloon. Now, that's another thing that was not on the air. Most of the other has to do with sightings. Oh, there was one other thing, Special Report 14. That's the Air Force Blue Book report, in which they say that they analyzed 3,201 cases, and they had, in the back of this, it shows a table that 19.5% were unexplained. In other words, if you add on the ones that they hadn't explained on up to date, it makes a total of more than 700. They admit 5,700, so 700 out of 5,700, or more than 12%, are unexplained. And the Air Force admits that, but they come out and say, we are currently explaining 1.9%. And the word currently gets dropped out, and everybody thinks the Air Force has explained about all but 2% of the sightings. I had that in there, and part of it was left in. The one other thing that I wanted to mention was the fact that the Air Force said that they could not build a working model of a flying saucer because they had 12 cases out of all these, which they call the cream of the crop, and all of them were describing different objects. And this in spite of the fact that in 1949, Project Grudge report was released temporarily and later was classified. And it said that there were several groups. Group 1, the most numerous, described a disc-shaped object, apparently metallic, which had a diameter 10 times the thickness of the object. These things were capable of swift accelerations and high-speed turns. The second group was luminous objects seen at night, and the third group was cigar-shaped objects. You certainly can make working models out of a disk or a cigar-shaped object. So here's Special Report 14, which was apparently let out to deceive the American people. And this was denounced shortly afterwards by Captain Ruppelt, the former head of the project, who said that he was responsible for having this thing drawn up, and when it came in, everybody agreed it was practically worthless. And it's still being put over as the official document of the Air Force.
Major, there's a question on these documents. These 4 top-secret documents seem to keep coming in and out of all the conversations on this. Now, to my understanding, you knew of the contents of these documents through Captain Ruppelt. Is that correct?
And others.
The Air Force denied that 3 of these things ever existed and stated that the 4th document did exist, but that its contents were pretty diametrically opposite to what you claim. In fact, they claimed, I think it was a statement of Secretary Horner, that in fact the contents of this document were that the public should be widely informed, true, but they should be widely informed that there was no evidence to support the hypothesis that there were flying saucers or spaceships or what have you. Now, earlier you said that on the Armstrong Circle Theater they did not want to get into this because the Air Force would deny the existence of them and would in fact be calling Captain Ruppelt a liar. Now, can I assume that the Air Force has now called Captain Ruppelt a liar?
It would appear to me that they had, yes. And that raises quite a number of points because he's not the only one who confirmed the existence of these documents. I learned of the existence of 2 of them a long time before his book came out. Now, there's a very funny thing about the one they do admit. This was not an Air Force document solely. It was originally an investigation, or rather an examination of evidence by scientists called together by the Central Intelligence Agency. They ran the show with the Air Force producing the evidence they had. And these top-level scientists and aviation leaders, astronomers and so on, were called in to advise the Air Force what to do. Now, the one recommendation in there, which is very important, is that they said you should quadruple the size of the project and set up special observation posts. Now, that's one thing that people in the project have been fighting for. Ruppelt mentions in there that Major General William Garland, who was then out at ATIC, came to the Pentagon and fought for this and was finally turned down. He wanted it carried through, the thing quadrupled in the observation posts and so forth. It'd be very easy to call Garland and Colonel Dunn, Frank Dunn, and others Ruppelt mentions in there, and it's interesting to note that nobody mentioned by Ruppelt in that book has ever come out and said, that's a lie. And copies of that book went to every officer in there who's mentioned in it. There isn't any question that those things exist, but the minute the Air Force admits it, then they are on the spot.
Well, them finally having flatly denied, it seems that it is no longer a case of perhaps concealing things from the public, but it is now pretty much a flat case of somebody, either Captain Ruppelt and the other gentleman, or the official representatives of the Air Force are just plain lying.
Well, I don't like to use the word lying. Here's what I would like to say there. There are people who think that it is wiser not to let the American people know any bad news. And that's been prevalent and is more and more prevalent in Washington today. Big Brother will decide what is best for the American people, and I think it's wrong. Now, when I say I'm speaking for most of the people on our Board of Governors, and you could say, as Wallace started out saying, well, everybody connected with this seems to be a crackpot or something else. Now, we have Vice Admiral R.H. Hillenkotter, as I mentioned. He was formerly head of the CIA. He had a wonderful war record. Rear Admiral Herbert Knowles, also a fine war record. Colonel Robert Emerson, USAR, who occasionally goes on active duty for the Army today, investigated this for years. J.B. Hartranft, who's president of the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, the largest organization in the world of private pilots. Major Fournet, who was on the project and the #1 man in Washington, #1 investigator. quite a number of people. Well, Frank Edwards, you just mentioned him, I identified him a while ago, and some religious leaders, Professor Maney at Defiance University, and we have a number of other people who will not let their names be used, but who are special advisors in various fields, some of them top rocket and missile men. These people, most of them, will agree that the Air Force is keeping facts from the public.
May I ask you this, Major Keyho? You've given us a list of names here. Would you go on record here this morning and make the statement that all of these people whose names you have just listed to us, would you say that they all believe that these UFOs are interplanetary?
No, I won't say that because there's a variation in there, and I do hope to have a statement on that out within the next week or two. At least there will be a statement by a majority of the board on this question of censorship. Some of the board members, and I think it goes up to more than 50%, believe that these things are interplanetary. I'm not going to identify them until each one has given me permission. Some of them are absolutely convinced of it. Some of them say it looks like it, and they're almost convinced, and others say, I'd still like to see some more evidence.
One quick question, and then I'll have to take care of a little business, Major. Are you representing NICAP this morning, or are you talking as Major Donald E. Keyho?
I'm representing NICAP, and anytime you want my personal views aside, it's a little hard to split myself apart. But what I have said up to now is as a director of NICAP.
My guest this morning, Major Donald E. Keyho of NICAP, Director of NICAP, Cortland Hastings, Charles Leadham. I don't know, for a moment there, something happened, Charles, just a blank. I'm looking at you, and I wasn't quite sure if you were a Venusian.
Well, John, you're wrong.
And Jules B. St. Germain, the attorney and author from Lynbrook, Long Island. I think just at the time that I interrupted to take care of a little business here, you were telling us you were giving us some additional information about what occurred on that telecast, and also you were giving us a statement in reference to whether you were representing NICAP this morning or representing just Donald E. Keyho. I have one brief question to ask you, sir, and then there's no doubt my other panel members around here have a number of questions, too. Well, I hope you realize that you'll have plenty of time to give us some of that exciting information. Charles, did you want to pick up something here?
Yes, one small point, Major. I noticed that earlier on television and just now you've said you've offered these gentlemen, the presumed contactees, the opportunity to come to Washington, or perhaps someone will go there, I don't know how it would work, and take a lie detector test. And if I had a story about contacting Venusians, and were told, in effect, that my story would stand or fall on the result of a lie detector test, I think I would quite justifiably turn it down, too, because, as you know well, these are not exactly reliable instruments. They are not admitted as court evidence, I don't believe. Is that true, Jules?
Generally speaking, they're not admitted as court evidence. Of course, the question of reliability, you'll get various opinions.
But as long as there are at least a few expert opinions on non-reliability, I would hate to have my whole story fall on the fact that something went wrong with the polygraph when I happen to be tied to it.
Well, if I understand the Major correctly, I believe this was merely an incident of one of various tests to be applied and appearing before a panel. Is that right, sir?
That's right. It was a question that was suggested as one of the 8. In fact, we had originally about 20, and it just got to be too long, and cut it down. Now, we printed the replies that we got.
Well, what happened?
Well, the point is this. We had stated that whenever NICAP was able to have these hearings, it's going to be an expensive proposition to transport somebody from the West Coast and to put them up there for whatever time it takes for these hearings. And I also have always said that I felt the investigation of factual sightings should come first.
This is WOR Radio, your station in New York, 710 on the dial. Major Keyho, don't you think, though, that that's a rather unfortunate situation? In other words, let us say, as an example, that I
one night come in front of this microphone and I say that I was driving down the Jersey Turnpike and I saw a light in the sky and something landed near the side of the highway, and it was a Venusian spaceship, and I took a ride in it. And of course, I do this show, and there'd be some people would believe me, and many people wouldn't believe me, the same as any of the others. So immediately, you hear about it, and you send me one of these forms to fill out. And I fill it out, and I agree, yes, by all means, Major Keyho, bring the lie detector test up. Of course, you've possibly sent this form maybe to 40 or 50 people, and I am one of 3 people who've agreed to submit to the lie detector. The outcome of it is you don't have this available at the present time. Wouldn't you say that this would sort of imply that I am honest and that I'm telling a legitimate story because I'm willing to submit to it?
I wouldn't say that implies that 100%. Because
No, not 100%.
There are a lot of people that will agree to anything because they are convinced of what they are saying. You know that sometimes a man can be so convinced of the truth after he said it enough times that he might even be able to pass the lie detector test. I've been told
that too, yes.
I think that's possible. The whole thing was unfortunate. I did not want to go into this contact business so soon because I felt that your first job is to convince the American people and the press that these things are real. After that, the other things in the right order.
But don't you think that's the easiest way? And believe me, I'm not being critical of you, sir, or NICAP. I'm not in the position to be, and I don't think it's my right to be. But you sit here, Major Keyho, and you tell us about these sightings, and they're extremely interesting. And, of course, you have no tangible proof to afford us this morning, except the fact that this pilot and that pilot and this Air Force general has made the statement. These are fine and dandy. But don't you think it would prove more to the American public that there is something to this story if it could be proven that these fellas who claim that they've been talking to Venusians and Martians, if it could be proven that they're telling the truth? I don't buy it myself, frankly, Major.
All right,
it would be easier to sell me the idea that this is something that has
I'll try to answer that. Before I do, I want to make one little correction in there about not having anything tangible. There are photographs, and there are photographs of radar scopes showing triangulation of objects, and there are pieces of metal which have fallen from objects which have disintegrated and which were reported as UFOs just before they did. So I would say there is some tangible evidence. Now, to go into this other, I know quite a number of veteran newspaper men and a number of newscasters in Washington. I said, what is your opinion? What's the best policy for NICAP? After I was put in there and inherited, and sometimes wish I'd never been born. But anyway, they said, no matter what you personally believe, it is smarter to concentrate on your factual sightings, because the minute you start in on any other angle, you're going to lose the press. Then you will start being ridiculed as having accepted contact stories. Whether you accept them or not, the minute you start sounding as though you do. They said the best advice we can give you is not even to mention them. Don't say yes or no, just keep still. So I tried that at first. It didn't work. The pressure built up because there are many people who are sincerely convinced that these things are true, and some people who accept all of them. There's some people who accept a few. The pressure got so great that I was accused of clamping a lid. Here I am, the guy trying to expose censorship, and I'm clamping a lid on the contact story. So I said, all right. So I got advice from a lot of people about a policy, and we set out these questions, and we did not send them to a lot of people because we selected the best-known ones. There are by now, I think, hundreds who claim contact or communication here and abroad. So it didn't satisfy anybody. There are people that don't believe in them that wrote in and said, what are you bothering with those for? What's the idea? Now, we thought NICAP was a factual organization. The people that believe in the contacts wrote in and said, here you are trying to force people to take lie detector tests. The result is it's no better than it was. I will say this. I have tried very hard, and tonight perhaps is the first time that I have said anything that sounded a little hard-boiled. I've tried very hard to say we are going to be impartial. If anybody can bring in absolute proof that will convince not me, but the advisors and the board That will be out in writing with a NICAP banner on it.
Fine. Charles?
Major, on the business of the contact stories, I think the advice of the newspaper men that you consulted was probably good, and I bring up my own case very briefly to lead up to the question I want to ask you, is that years ago when the books and sightings first started coming out, I bought quite a few of them and read them and had, shall we say, an open mind on it. I don't know if I really did, but I started to get off the boat very quickly when I read stories about glowing Venusians with long hair leaving hieroglyphics in the sand and a few other rather, shall we say, curious incidents. And I figured, well, if the flying saucer people are like this, well, who needs them? Now, which leads up to the question is, I wonder if perhaps you as the director of NICAP, or perhaps just as Donald Keyho, private citizen, feel that the contact stories are damaging your case.
I think they are delaying acceptance of UFO reality by most people in the United States. And I said that in a statement of policy in, I think, our second issue. I said, no matter what you believe, why don't you take it easy and let's prove that these sightings are correct. Take the most factual ones you can get, and once the newspapers buy it and the networks buy it, the individual broadcasters, nothing can stop investigation of every phase, everything, the communication claims, the contact claims, every angle of it will immediately be explored, because then it will be the biggest story they've got, and they'll jump on it. You'll have thousands of people writing them and talking about it from then on. So let's get the facts in there, and that's the one thing the Air Force is worried about. They love the contact stories because it helps them to laugh it off. Now, there may be somewhere or other, there may be a guy with a contact story that is absolutely 100% true, and he's being crucified. I will admit that in my books, particularly the second one, I took some cracks, and I treated the subject very lightly, and if I were to write another one now, I don't know what I would do. I probably would state the NICAP policy and keep my own opinion out of it. Feeling that I should.
What I wanted to get in here, as a matter of fact, I hear the resonant voice of Jules coming in. The
little squeak you meant, Charles.
Sorry, the squeaky voice of Jules. Is that, this is an introduction to you, by the way, Jules.
Thank you very much.
Major, as you, I don't know whether you would call CSI, well, I'm sure you wouldn't call it a rival organization, let's say a fellow organization in the field, civilian saucer intelligence. And as we're on this subject, it is my understanding that CSI, either as a body or that a large number of its individual members, believe in what we have, I think, incorrectly called little green men and been corrected to little men.
That's right, not little green men.
And here sitting on my right is the president.
A little man?
Is a little man.
Oh,
Jules St. Germain, who I don't... Are you as a representative of CSI tonight, Jules, or just as Jules, member of CSI?
Individually as a 230-pound little man.
He's tightly packed.
Jules, I wonder if you could recap briefly for some of the listeners who may have joined us for the first time the statement that you made a couple of weeks ago on this program about the opinions of two of the gentlemen who head the research department of CSI. I think that's Mr. Ted Blocher and Mr. Lex Mebane. I think you told us something about not little green men, but about little men.
Well, I hate to quote someone else. I think there has been a differentiation by CSI in the contact claims, putting one in the class of the fair-haired or long-haired Venusians or Martians with the metaphysical and the religious and occult significance, and the stories of the generally non-communicative little men who are more of the humanoid variety. And although I don't think that either class is endorsed, I think it is the position of CSI, generally speaking, or possibly the majority of the members, my phraseology may be poor, that of the two classes, there is more likelihood of truth in those stories which embrace the humanoid group which we call the little men. Now, I hope I'm quoting the general position correctly. If that is my personal opinion in any event.
Charles, any further question or comment?
No. The one line of thought here which has occurred to me, and I can certainly direct this at either CSI or NICAP or just about anybody else in the flying saucer field, is that there are a lot of statements quoted about scientists' speculation on the fact that other worlds are inhabited, and statistically it seems to be a fair chance that a good many of other worlds throughout the universe are inhabited. And CSI and NICAP and the various flying saucer people say that there are such things as flying saucers, that very possibly they come from some unspecified or perhaps more than one unspecified other world far away in the universe. And also there are statements about top-secret documents which may or may not exist. We don't know. We have conflicting testimony on that. But all of these things, it seems to me that the people who claim it are on the long end of the stick here, is that it's an easy thing to maintain. And I don't know if this is necessarily any condemnation of it, but it is unfortunate that those of us who are on the other side of the fence, who do not believe in saucers or little men or contacts or anything else, are not going to be able to have a final word on this thing until that great golden day when the Earth spaceships have explored each and every last sun in the universe. So we're on the short end of it, and they're on the long end of it, and it's perhaps just providentially very fortunate for them. And I don't know whatever we're going to do. The question that all this is leading around to, all of this circuitousness, and it is circuitous, is that in these presumably open-minded and scientific investigations of saucers and contacts and little men, if there is anything that would prove, I assume that their minds are open one way or the other, maybe there are, maybe there aren't, if there was anything that would prove to the representatives of these organizations that in fact there were no such things as flying saucers. Before we visited the last sun in the universe and said nobody home. And I leave that wide open. Anybody can come in that wants to.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Charles, but I don't quite understand your point.
Well, my point is this. The civilian saucer intelligence and NICAP represent themselves, and I'm sure they are, as open-minded scientific groups wanting to investigate this thing right down to the last rivet of unidentifiable metal falling from the sky. But they only seem to be investigating it in a positive sense. They want to prove that it is so. And most of the things which I consider as scientific investigations as an open-ended thing both ways. We make an hypothesis and we say, well, now maybe this is so and maybe it isn't. We are now going to find out. And there are certain criteria. In other words, we will apply certain tests to something that we are testing. If this test works out this way, then the hypothesis is wrong. If the test works out the other way, the hypothesis is right. Now, of course, the obvious way of proving that your hypothesis is right is the little man or perhaps the long-haired man walking into the studio or something and saying, "Hi, kids, I'm from Venus," and proving it. Is there anything which would convince any of you people that there were no such things as flying saucers?
Well, I might say, first of all, it seems to me that you're presupposing a blind acceptance upon the part of NICAP and CSI of all UFO stories. In that respect, I think you're wrong. Now, just what Major Keyho said in reference to the policy on the contact claims, that would seem to me a highly objective approach. They're not accepting it, they're asking for proof. Mm-hmm. They're asking if the party is willing to undergo a lie detector test. So certainly I think there it would contradict you. When you get to the question, of course, of tangible evidence, I think that's a term that can be open to various interpretations. To make a parallel example, which certainly is an exaggerated one, I've seen the top of the Empire State Building, but I've never touched it. Does that mean that it is possibly a fantasy? Of course, I realize that's exaggerated. It's not strictly comparable. But intangible evidence, when you see definite and solid blips on radar, to me that would certainly approach, if not actually being, tangible evidence.
Of what?
Of some object in the sky. The radar scope indicates a speed in excess of that which can be accomplished by any aircraft known to us here. that would indicate that it is something of an unusual origin. Then the next question, of course, is what is it? I think basically there are three classes. One, spaceships. Number two, the secret weapon. And three, a little advanced theory that is some type of life form in the air. Do you know of any other classes, Major? Or theories?
No, except the Air Force answer is that the radar men are always wrong, or something's wrong with the set. But you have to rule that out when you take the hundreds of radar reports and realize that the men who make them are the ones who either in GCI, ground control intercepts in the Air Force, and are trained to guide fighters in very closely to enemy bombers, or they are civil aeronautics experts, including the men who can bring you in right down to the runway, and you don't see anything almost till you're there, and they can say, you're 5 feet to the left, over, down 5, up 4. I mean, they spot you instantly. If those men aren't able to recognize the difference between a solid object coming in under control and a bird or a temperature inversion or something like that, they'd be cracking up planes all over runways, and you wouldn't be having airliners flying in under low ceilings in the airports. Now, those radar men are good, and they very, very much resent the Air Force statements that radar doesn't prove anything. Now, they've even got Air Force radar now, 3,000 miles, is supposed to pick up an enemy missile. They just say, oh, that's great. If it's so good, why isn't the other any good?
One brief question, Major Keyho. You have made the statement a couple of times this morning that you feel that the government is acting as sort of a big brother. They're going to tell us the things that they think that we can stand to hear, and the things that we shouldn't hear, they're not going to tell us about. Now, in other words, what you've implied is that they possibly know as much as you do, maybe even a little bit more about these things that are flying around, and possibly they know that they're coming from other planets. You've sort of implied this anyway. Now, my question is just this. Is it possible, sir, that maybe some foreign government, I'm talking about a government on this planet, that maybe they've developed something that acts like UFOs, and maybe our government is familiar with the fact that it may be something that was built by Russia, and that they don't want to tell us that because they're afraid that it may cause too much concern?
Well, that, of course, was the first answer that the Air Force and the Navy and the Army considered back in 47 when they had the mass sightings. There were a lot of scared people running around the Pentagon when these things finally seemed to be real. And then they began to take some stock and said, well, either the Soviet has had a terrific leap here, and less than 2 years since the end of World War II, and their devastated factories, and practically nothing, and all of a sudden they've got a perfect global weapon, or else these are coming from somewhere else. So they did a hasty intelligence job. The end of 6 months, with the help of the British, they had ruled out any possibility these could be Russian. And now, let's just say for a minute that they were Russian. It would mean that since 1940, actually since the middle of World War II, the Russians had something in operation, or maybe it was the Germans and the Russians took it over. And then they perfected it by 47. For 11 years, they've been building ordinary jets and working like mad to build missiles and get Sputniks in the air when they already had the ultimate perfect device and weapon. They were letting us fight them when all they had to do was to take one of these things and say, we are going to have it over the center of Wichita, Kansas tomorrow, and everybody better get out of there, because when we have it over there, we're going to drop something. And they could prove it without any doubt, and they would have owned the world by now. I don't think there's any possibility of a Soviet answer. And the U.S. secret weapon answer rules out the same way, because we wouldn't be so afraid. We would certainly not have failed to put Sputniks in the air, and we would not be building ordinary jets and missiles.
Cortlandt Hastings?
This problem of these constructions coming from other countries here, Jessup brought out the point in a open letter to Arthur Constance in the Flying Saucer Review, that in 1882, when...
Pardon me, who's Arthur Constance?
Well, he's quite an English scientist who wrote The Inexplicable Universe.
He's a what, sir?
Scientist.
A
English
scientist?
Yes.
Is that the gentleman who, is that the book published by Citadel Press?
I don't believe so, but I don't
It
know.
isn't?
I don't know who
Is this
published
the
it.
gentleman who claims that he feels that Adamski has legitimate pictures?
No.
No, I'm sorry.
No.
Continue.
But at any rate, there was a very great structure seen in the air, a UFO, in 1882. So this is long before any airships, and this was attested to by at least 3 prominent astronomers at the time. And your friend Jay Glick, as a matter of fact, going way, way back into history, Jay is quite an Egyptologist, stated that there were numerous references in the Egyptian Book of the Dead to spaceships as machines from space. So these things have been around here for so long that it isn't anything recent, except
Well,
that
if
we
I
have
may
many,
use the
many
same
more.
reasoning that Major Keyho just used in reference to the possibility of Russia having developed something back in 1947, and by now they would have dropped the bomb at Wichita, Kansas. Why are the Martians or the Venusians flying around with these things for the last 1,000, 2,000 years, or 400 years? Why haven't they done something instead of continuing to fly around? By now, don't they know enough about this planet?
Well, it might be that they're simply keeping us under observation.
For what purpose?
Simply to see what way we're reacting. Simply as possibly older people might watch some kindergarten children reacting. I don't know why they're here, John. I haven't any more idea than you.
You say you don't know why they are here. In other
I
words,
don't
you've
know.
implied that they are here. Is that right, Court?
Well, I feel very sure that they're here. I don't think there's any question about it.
Who are they?
That people, that UFOs, intelligently controlled, have been seen by the thousands, probably tens of thousands in our atmosphere, by credible witnesses. I think they're always in these discussions, I don't mean just here, but discussions everywhere about UFOs, people seem to get away from the fact, or not want to accept the fact, that pilots and very fine, sound citizens have seen these in such vast number that there's no longer question as to whether they are. The question is to what they are and from where they come.
I see. In other words, then what you're saying, Card, is that you don't know what they are or where they're coming from, and you really don't. In other words, do you actually feel that there's a possibility that some of these things have landed on this planet?
Yes, because they've been seen to have been landed in this last issue of the UFO Investigator put out by NICAP. There were several instances where the UFO was on the ground or hovering. Well, if you want to say landed. Where the one was touching.
The fact that it was
down a
published
level
in the
Texas.
UFO Investigator, that's the NICAP official publication, does this mean that NICAP have sort of given that sighting their seal of approval, or just that they have recorded it in their publication?
Well, I'd say that in this case they probably gave it a seal of approval because they sent down one of their representatives of the board.
Major
a man
Keyho,
named
would
Lee,
you
I believe.
care to comment on that?
I don't think that we have anything in here saying there was an actual landing. We have the case of the Army MPs who said this thing came down very close. Now, let me see. The one in Texas was not reported to have touched down. It was supposed to have come very close to it.
Is that the level in Texas?
Yes, the level
story?
in Texas, yes. This Corporal Roy, he says it stayed there 3 minutes, giving off a brilliant reddish-orange light, and it came to the ground fairly fast, looked like a completely controlled landing. Well, that's what you're probably referring to.
That's right.
Now, we quoted that was a story we got straight from the press wires, and we tried to check with the Air Force, and they said they had nothing to say about it. There was another MP story in the same general area of White Sands. It was hovering 50 feet from the ground. This one later was explained by the Air Force that the two of these MPs had seen the moon and had mistaken the moon for something hovering and landing, touching the ground, and the others had seen the planet Venus. Those are explanations given out. I don't believe either of those explanations are correct. Now, whether these men actually saw the thing touch or hover in that one case, I don't know. ordinarily, when people talk about landings, it's usually hooked up with the idea of they see people come in and out of them. Now, I think there probably have been some touchdown landings where they touched down very briefly and went off again, because there have been cases where the ground seemed to be radioactive, for unusually so, as though something using that type of propulsion had been there. But that doesn't hook up with any contact stories, however.
In Levelland, as I recall, in that vicinity, wasn't there one case reported of a UFO being in the middle of a road and the driver of a car having stopped, got out, and then it took off? There would be seen a landing case there.
Well, that was the Levelland case. No, in the Levelland case, it was said that it came low over them, and the altitude was variously guessed up to, well, I'm not looking at it at this moment, but as I recall, around 200 feet was the lowest altitude that I read. Now, the Alamogordo case was nowhere nearly that close to the ground.
Well, wasn't there one where I believe a truck driver from Waco, Texas, had actually stopped his motor vehicle, and there was a egg-shaped object on the road in front of him? I have that impression.
That was down in Mississippi or Alabama or somewhere, and that's the one where he described occupants that came out and talked with him.
It wasn't the one I have in mind, Major. I may be entirely wrong there.
No, you're not, Jules. In the Saucers magazine, in regard to this Levelland, Texas, Major, I will quote here because it's only a few lines. Pedro Saucedo, a farmhand, and Joe Salas were driving toward a farm at Pettit, Texas. Saucedo suddenly spotted an object rise from a field and come toward us. Then his truck motor died, and the headlights dimmed out. Pedro Saucedo jumped out of his truck. He said, "The thing passed directly over my truck with a great sound and a rush of wind. It sounded like thunder, and my truck rocked from the blast. I felt a lot of heat. The enigmatic craft was torpedo-shaped." Well, that was, in essence, the report there.
As a matter
in the field.
As a matter of fact, I think in the earlier Air Force cases, the case of a musician by the name of Squires, I believe in Kansas, which was, I believe, dubbed reliable by the Air Force. I think this man described an object on the ground, and he thought he sighted someone through a porthole.
I thought it was hovering a very close distance up from the ground.
I think you're right there, but it seemed to be hovering very close.
Well, that was it. It was about dawn or just before dawn, and I talked with one of the officers on the project about that. Now, maybe he was wrong. He gave me the wrong impression, but he said that it was hovering very close to the ground.
Some time ago, Major, I had some correspondence with Mr. Reinhold Schmidt in Kearney, Nebraska, and I received a 6-page letter in answer to a letter I had sent him. And I do have the impression, now I may be entirely wrong, that NICAP had sent him a letter or a questionnaire, had contacted him. Do you have any recollection of it?
No, we did not send that.
You did not?
No. In fact, I think there was some confusion there between the man in Washington named Wayne Aho, because I received a call from a radio station or a newspaper out there wanting to know what we had asked Mr. Smith, and I said we hadn't asked him anything. And he said, well, he said that the head of this Washington Saucer group had asked him. And I said, well, chances are it's Aho. Sometimes the names are confused.
I assume there's no relationship between Mr. Aho and yourself,
No, he spells his name A-H-O.
There's two Ahos. There's Major Wayne Aho and there's Arthur Aho. That's a brother who's associated with George Van Tassel, Arthur Aho.
That's right. I remember there was one.
I might add, by the way, I did also communicate with the prosecuting attorney in Kearney, Nebraska, who has the unusual name of Gotobed, G-O-T-O-B-E-D. Unfortunately, I don't have the letter with me, but I was interested primarily in the claim of mistreatment, so to speak, of Schmidt. I don't have the letter with me, but the idea, basically, as he expressed it, was to save Schmidt from himself. He thought he might have suicidal tendencies.
Jules, I'm sorry that I have to interrupt, but in fact, I'll tell you what, you might get up and go out to the kitchen with some of the other boys. I know Tommy Reynolds is anxious to get out there and prepare a little coffee. In the meantime, I'd like to talk to some of the listeners about... Major Keyho, Director of NICAP, that's National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, Cortland Hastings, Charles Leadham, and Jules B. St. Germain. Now, I know that we all have a lot of questions, and we want a lot of answers, so if we can get brief questions, maybe we'll get a lot of answers from Major Keyho. Charles.
Well, this one is a double question, actually, and
You mean a 2 for 1?
2 for 1.
All right.
All for one price, and it's both at Major Keyho and at court. I don't know what the NICAP attitude is towards these, or I shouldn't call them prehistoric, these early sightings, the Egyptian sightings, and who knows, Babylonian sightings, and so forth, with flying saucers. This is the second time I've heard court mention the Book of the Dead of Egypt and its sightings of saucers from outer space. And the first part of my bargain question here is, I don't know, when was it, in the 1700s, sometimes the 1600s, there was a well-documented case in London of hundreds and perhaps thousands of people seeing flights of angels over the city. And there have been, throughout the ages, wonderfully documented many thousands of sightings of trolls and gnomes and elves and kobolds and so forth. And there's a mythical beast, I can't remember, which was seen in Central Europe by thousands of people, which had I think the head of a chicken and the body of a snake. I can't think of the name of it now, but if it looked at you or you looked at it, you turned to stone. There were a great many sightings of this. And speaking of sightings by competent people, the observers of the sea, sailors, captains, people whose entire lives had been spent watching the sea and objects therein, and were certainly as competent as anyone else, saw sea serpents, and who knows, maybe there are sea serpents, but they also saw a lot of mermaids. And I think we're fairly well convinced now that there are no mermaids. Now, the thing I want to know, first, is why court or the NICAP or whoever it happens to be selects out of this great mass of curious stuff the sightings of objects in the sky, which are supposed to be from outer space, and throws them at us as being from the Book of the Dead. Court?
I'm very glad to answer that.
Thanks.
I'm glad you can.
I'll answer it best I can. The Book of the Dead is instruction, actually, for people on this earth. It isn't instruction, as the name would indicate, for people after death. In the olden times, antiquity, in the times of antiquity, the term dead then meant life on this earth, and that the human soul is much more alive in the unseen than it is here on this earth. The reference definitely was to machines from space. It was not to be confused with the sun, because these things were referred to as machines, although having brilliant light. You see, there have been many explanations that these were suns they were referring to. Well, they had brilliant light, but they were machine suns. In other words, that they were constructions, they were entities. I don't mean entities in the sense of people, but were things which were coming to their Earth. And there were many references, too, to occupants of these machines from space. It wasn't just the machine alone. So I think that we've got to look at that in as broad a fashion as we can, with as open mind as we can. Now, your reference to these other sightings, Charles, that, where people saw peculiar monsters and all that, we know that superstition naturally does play a large part. On the other hand, for example, if we come up to a little more modern time, say in around 1880, I believe it was, somewhere in that neighborhood, in Kansas, there was a UFO which hovered over a city, I believe it was Kansas, for about 3 days. There was a picture in a newspaper. After all, there are thousands of people, in fact, all the inhabitants of the city saw this. And they didn't see it for just an instant, or 2 seconds, or 5 minutes. It was there for days. So these things, I don't think we can laugh off nor discredit. And I think there's too much a tendency, just because our officialdom doesn't admit these things, to say that there's no reason for it. To me, the biggest problem and the biggest source of worry is the attitude expressed by the Air Force. I share Donald Keyhoe's feelings 100%. When they state, or when he is on his Armstrong Circle Theater, said that there might be an honest difference of opinion. Of course, that is obviously not true, but the second point was that they might be to the best interest of people not to confirm UFOs until all facts are known. Well, now, if that is the case, neither should they deny them until all facts are known. Anything less than this is distortion. The Armstrong Circle Theater was an example of what distortions the Air Force causes where officialdom is concerned. Now, the Air Force has many times alleged that it wishes to avoid panic. I believe it is doing the very thing to bring on panic by not telling the American people the truth. I think the Air Force has far exceeded its authority, certainly if we hold our Constitution to be the guide by which our Federation is run. The Air Force is supposed to defend the United States. The Air Force is not supposed to make rules. We have 3 departments in our government: the legislative, executive, and judicial. These duties and responsibilities were most carefully defined by our forefathers. And because of this wonderful separation of function, I believe is the reason the United States has progressed to the fantastic point it has. Now, however, in the field of security and nuclear weapons, obviously the military must maintain secrecy. But once secrecy is maintained, and a certain unit of government has the ability to control completely all these functions of government, here is where we get into a very bad situation. The Senate document, or the publication, the United States Constitution, issued in 1948 by Alexander Wiley, chairman of the Committee on the Judiciary of the United States Senate, writes in one paragraph, "The Constitution has value not only as the guiding political instrument of our land, but also as a guide in the economic, social, and religious life of the nation. The basic principle of the Constitution is that of checks and balances, of division, rather than concentration of power." And he goes on to say that power corrupts in whosoever hands it may be, and that absolute power, whatever its form, corrupts absolutely. And I think this has been demonstrated very clearly by the Air Force attitude. The Air Force is not a big brother. The Air Force group in Washington have constituted themselves as a group of censors to determine what the American people should know. Now, this was a thing during World War II. During World War II, we fought against a nation which was dictatorial, which was run by one man and a group under him. This group determined what the German nation should know. We have a more contemporary group in Russia which determined what the Russian people should know. This is against all American basic concepts of freedom. And I believe that our citizenry should go to their senators and representatives and have them exert all the influence possible on the government and on the Air Force to release all information which is not critical national security, and flying saucers certainly are not national security. This is information that belongs to the people of the United States. The people of the United States are the judges, not the Air Force.
I hesitate, Court, to ask the first part of my omnibus question again, but why is it that you choose to put more credence in Egyptian flying machines than in, say, reports of mermaids?
I don't recall that any reports of mermaids were made in the Book of the Dead.
Is that your sole source of authority in this world, the Book of the Dead?
It is a tremendous book of the Egyptians, one of the greatest books. The Bible happens to be another book.
Well, I'll let that one go by for the while.
It seems to me, Charles,
yes,
that to a certain extent your point is well taken.
Thank you for a certain extent.
Well, by this I mean, it seems to me superfluous to a great extent to rely on these ancient reports going back to the Middle Ages and to alleged biblical references in the book of Ezekiel or the like. When we have as late as 1880, which is fairly contemporary.
I go along with you,
Yes.
Jules. This was only background.
Yes.
I think we can concern ourselves only with today.
That is right. I believe it was in the 1897 and 98 where some crafts were sighted over Oakland, later over Chicago, and numerous cities that seems very, very tangible evidence. But in connection with the Air Force, I'd like to ask the Major if he has any idea why there apparently has been a change in policy. I assume there has been a change from the early 50s to the present time. Would that be due to personnel entirely?
No, it was due to the fact that at one time one group was a little more powerful, and then somebody would be transferred, and then another top-level officer would come in and throw his weight. The policy at first, 1947, was one of bafflement and let's see what's going on, and then they began to suspect what it was and put it under wraps, and then near the latter part of 48, there was some talk about putting it out, and then that got knocked down, and then everything was completely under wraps for a couple of years, and they began to get open again. Let's get serious about it. In 52, they finally decided, let's get it out and tell the people, even though we don't have proof and full answers. And in 53, they almost got away with it, and then it was knocked down, but hard, and from then on, the censorship has gotten tighter and tighter, to the point where they will even contradict things that they have put in writing before, and you put them side by side. It's obvious. One of the statements can't be true. In fact, that's shown up here the very time of the Armstrong Theater deal. Here, you had on the Armstrong Theater, you had Assistant Secretary Horner say it's a mistake to believe that the Air Force is withholding anything, and I do not qualify this in any way. And now that was the 22nd. On the 23rd of January, Captain Gregory H. Oldenburg at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, wrote a letter to one of the NICAP members who had asked if he could submit an advertisement to run in the Langley Flyer. It's the base newspaper. And all it was say, we'd like to hear from those interested in forming a local affiliate of a National Investigations Network on the origin of flying saucers and UFOs, with the public dissemination of the data so obtained. And this captain says, and this is on Air Force stationery, I objected to the running of this ad because I felt that it would encourage Air Force personnel to violate present Air Force policy and specifically Air Force Regulation 200-2. Within 24 hours after the Air Force Secretary says, nobody's hiding anything, here's a man comes out and writes it. Not only that, at the bottom of this, after turning down a much weaker advertisement, he says, although the wording in these two ads has been changed, it is my belief that one of the objectives of your organization is the public dissemination of data on unidentified flying objects. As I pointed out to you on the 20th of January, this is contrary to Air Force policy and regulations. Now, that's on record. Now, here's a man that says it's against the policy and regulations to disseminate any data. The Assistant Secretary of the Air gets on and says we're not hiding a thing. On top of that, Major General Kelly writes a letter to NICAP in which he says, you will note that this release reaffirms the United States Air Force position as to the non-existence of flying saucers. Shortly after that, he wrote a letter to, well, it was quite a little after that, to Senator Goldwater, asking about my being knocked off the air, and that was answered by Horner himself, in which he says the allegations that the Air Force has withheld information on UFOs are entirely in error. Who are you going to believe and why?
Well, Major, excuse me, this is very pertinent to this. You've mentioned several times the Air Force regulation, I think 200-something or other, which 200-2, and I wonder if perhaps a wrong interpretation may not be being put on this. I am not at all familiar with this, but here is how I might reconstruct the thinking of the Air Force in issuing that, and in this gentleman's refusing this ad, is that I should think it would be very logical for for the Air Force to desire that its personnel hold down to a minimum any discussion of objects they see going around the sky, with the thought in mind, one, that the objects that they do see might be secret, experimental, and so forth, American craft, not flying saucers or anything related to them. And if the boys see a few things zipping around and they get together downtown in the little room behind the bar, and in comes the local barber and the local spy and so forth, and they talk over these things. See, Jesus was going 9,000 miles an hour, and it made a right-angle turn, and it spit green bolts and so forth. And here they are, all unawares, of course, with certainly no subversive intention, hashing over possible secret developments of the American Air Force. And this is only one reason I can see for them being a little reluctant to have their personnel going around talking up all the things they've seen in the sky.
Well, that I can see your reason for thinking so, but if you had examined all the Air Force documents, you would know that they specify there's a difference. When they talk about UFOs, they specify that these are entirely different from ordinary missiles or aircraft types. The Navy says the same thing in its order. This particular one, here's the way it reads. Relates to any airborne object which by performance, aerodynamic characteristics, or unusual features does not conform to any presently known aircraft or missile type.
Well, doesn't this exactly describe a perhaps experimental American thing?
They don't test experimental devices along airways, flying around airliners, getting so close to them that they scare the pilot to death and sometimes cause people to panic, as they did down in Brazil, the whole formation of these things. If we're flying those things around Brazil, we're not going to have any friends in South America left. And you don't have them flying over cities. You don't have them buzzing aircraft, flying head-on at them and scaring people to death.
Well, Major, the thing that I want to get at is that this was not directed, this Air Force regulation was directed, as I understand it, to all Air Force personnel.
It was directed to all Air Force
and
personnel.
And not just at personnel who happen to be stationed on or near populated airways or who happen to be stationed in Brazil. They don't want them, as I might reconstruct, they don't want them talking up anything they see flying around for fear the guy who happens to be on base or off base at Alamogordo may spill something, and I certainly don't think they could say this only applies to people around Alamogordo, New Mexico, without automatically spilling it themselves.
They do have special instructions down there at those bases, and most of the people that are down there understand what is under test. We haven't anything. We have no round aeroforms 100 feet or more in diameter, which can be tracked on radar up to speeds of 7,200 miles an hour over airports, which have been done. It's on record, Washington Airport. Triangulation by 3 radars. Flying around, buzzing airliners and everything else. But the point I was talking about in this regulation is that it says in here, right in the back, about release of facts. It is permissible to inform news media representatives when the object is positively identified as a familiar object. For those objects which are not explainable, only the fact that ATIC will analyze them can be released. In other words, if you can explain it away, tell the newspapers. If you can't explain it away, keep your mouth shut.
I'd like to ask you one question, Major Keyho. You mentioned earlier this morning that you felt that possibly the Air Force told the producer and the writer of the Armstrong Circle Theater that certain material should be deleted from that telecast. This was your impression. Am I right, sir?
Yes.
Am I misquoting you?
That's what I was told.
Yes, all right. If this is true, and I have no reason to believe otherwise, why is it that I can sit up here 7 nights a week, and I certainly don't want to appear to be an egotist that this is a great, important show to the nation, but nevertheless, it is available to a lot of people. A lot of people can listen to it because we cover 27 states. And how is it that no one came over to me and said, or sent me a wire or a letter and said, John, when you have this fella Keyho on tonight, don't let him say anything about the Air Force. Don't let him say this, that, and the other thing. Now, there's no secret that you were going to be on here this morning, sir. I've announced it all week.
There's a very good reason. You don't have an Air Force representative here. The minute you get an Air Force representative in this room, I am censored. You're not going to be able to let me speak freely here.
I wonder if Charles is one. Do you suppose so?
Maybe.
The Air Force was on that program and made it semi-official, and they didn't dare let anybody...
I'm glad you clarified that. Jules B. St. Germain.
I was going to ask you, Major.
I'm going to lengthen my name because he gets so much billing just by saying his name.
Well,
Gentlemen?
there's a disadvantage, too, after all. By the time John has stated my name in full, I forgot the question I was going to ask originally, as is the case now. Major, I was going to ask you, I think you've been in television several times and on the air. I've been interested in this idea of a television program and planned on the presentation of a series. Do you not feel that this type of program, whether it be on radio or television, with a spontaneous and, well, a unrehearsed aspect, is not far more interesting to the public than one which is more or less canned and rehearsed?
Well, I should think so, depending, of course, whether you're going to include sightings. I think discussions will hold interest for a while. I think you're going to have to include a number of dramatic cases and dramatic developments in a series of that kind. People won't listen entirely to discussion. If you could have, say, one interesting new case, or bring up one that hasn't been well known, or examine an old one that is well known and give some new information on it, you'd have a program.
Yes, but the point I'm making is particularly, I enjoyed the Armstrong Circle Theater very much, but the rehearsed aspects seem to me to detract from what it could have been a more interesting program. I didn't know if you felt the same way.
Oh, I wanted it unrehearsed, but they said absolutely, the Air Force would not go on it for any deal like that.
I had been hoping that I could see you tangled with Professor Menzel, which I'm sure would have been very interesting. I wanted to tangle myself and I heard him speak. Very frankly, prior to that broadcast, I had not shared some of the harsh sentiments concerning the Air Force. But I considered their presentation on the Armstrong Circle Theater a direct insult to my intelligence. It was not only ridicule, it was distortion. And nevertheless, I found in speaking to people the next day that apparently the Air Force impressed the average listener.
That's right.
If the people I spoke to were the average listener, although to me it seemed the most ridiculous double talk. Now, how about you, Charles, as a objective individual? What was your reaction to the Air Force presentation?
Unfortunately, I didn't see it, Jules, so I
Well,
can't.
his secret name's number one of the Air Force.
I in fact, wrote the script for the Air Force on that, so I'm not qualified to judge.
One thing particularly, though, which I thought was a little unfair, was it Colonel Whedon who represented?
Whedon, that's right.
Yes. He referred to one particular case near Hopkinsville, Kentucky, which I'm sure you're familiar with in its basic details. And the presentation there was such as to directly invite ridicule and augmented by the fact that he claimed that this particular sighting, and this was a little man case, so to speak, in the broadest sense, happened after a spirited meeting, which to me would indicate that it was some type of religious meeting that threw the people off completely at a tangent. As I understand it, there are, I believe, somewhere 11 or 12 witnesses, professed witnesses at least, to this particular occurrence. In your research, did you come across anything that would indicate that this particular happening, the little man happening in Hopkinsville, was induced by any type of hysteria or induced by a religious meeting?
I am sorry, I'm going to have to admit that I'm not prepared to answer that fully, because while we have some information on it, I know that other people have more. We're trying to collect more on that, because at first I thought that it was probably just another wild tale, and I found so many people that were taking it seriously that we'd better look into it a little bit more. So I couldn't give you an honest answer on that. That's the first time I ever heard of that, though, when the Air Force sprang it. And even if it were true, the way it was said was such as to cast discredit on almost anybody who might report such a thing.
That is right.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time on the contact stories in that particular case, ridiculing, whereas they could have, if they'd only held it down a little bit, we'd have had more serious discussions. They could have canned theirs or condensed it into half of the time.
Well, in the Armstrong Circle Theater, too, Major Keyho, as you know, Ken Arnold had 2 pictures by the Air Force, which had been given him as official photographs, and they would not permit him to show them, whereas they did show ones of their own. And he had statements, too, that he wanted to make, and they would not permit it any more than they had permitted you to make statements.
Well, I heard that, but I wasn't present during any of the discussions, so I wouldn't know it of first-hand knowledge.
Well, I talked to him personally.
Well, he told me that, but I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't hear the discussion.
Charles?
Major, there's been a lot of discussion, particularly from you, about Air Force suppression of facts on flying saucers. And I call to mind, when I hear you speak of this, a case which was presented to us here several months ago, which was outlined in a book called They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, in which there were supposedly 3 men in black. I don't know why they should happen to be in black, but if what you have to say is true, they would, I should think, be from the Air Force, who approached a gentleman who was an editor or a head of a flying saucer organization, who said that he knew the secret behind the flying saucers. They visited him and apparently put such a scare into him that he has since that day refused, I think, even to say the word flying or the word saucer. And what I'm wondering is, seeing as this thing so closely fits what appears to be the NICAP idea of suppression, perhaps intimidation, censorship, if you feel that there's any connection between...
Well, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt at this time. Before Major Keyho answers that, I know that you're referring to the book They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers. This fellow Bender, and they claim that 3 men came up in black and stopped him. He doesn't talk anymore. I think that I can personally recommend NICAP to you. Now, NICAP offers memberships and publications that give authentic UFO sightings and up-to-date developments about unidentified flying objects. NICAP is located in Washington, D.C. And if you become a NICAP associate member, you will be entitled to a year's subscription to NICAP magazine, that's the UFO Investigator, and to special and all confidential bulletins as issued from time to time. Now, this is not a magazine that has a lot of ads in it. There are no ads to my knowledge, at least I've never seen any. This is a private, non-profit organization. It was set up a few years ago, and Major Donnelly Keyho is the director of NICAP. And I happen to be a member of it through the courtesy, I might add, of one of our listeners, who's kind enough to make me a member. And Court Hastings is a member, and Jules, you're a member, aren't you?
Yeah, associate member,
Yeah,
yes.
associate member. So, if you'd be interested in learning more about NICAP, you might get a pencil and paper, and I'll give you that address in a moment. I'll give you the address and tell you the details. Now, have you got your pencil and paper ready? As I say, this is not a commercial, but I have the pleasure of seeing a number of saucer publications every month. And in my humble opinion, I think that NICAP is really outstanding. I'm not going to sit up here and say to you it's the best. I think there are many great ones, but I think that this is an unbiased publication. I think it's a publication that is worth reading. It's certainly one that you're not going to read and throw it away like you will possibly do with some magazines. It's something that you'll keep in your files for years for reference to check back from time to time. If you're interested in knowing more about NICAP, and please bear in mind it's a non-profit organization, and if you feel that as an American citizen that you should be enlightened from time to time as far as what's happening, when we say what's happening, I mean in reference to the possibility of flying saucers, then I think that you should. It is your duty to become an associate member of NICAP, because that's what this organization was set up for, to investigate the UFOs. Now, the address. Do you have your pencil and paper ready? I'll give it to you now. NICAP. N-I-C-A-P. NICAP. N-I-C-A-P. The address, 1536 Connecticut Avenue,
That's 1536 Connecticut Avenue, Washington 6, D.C. Washington Zone 6, D.C. You send them a card or a letter, and you can get the information that you want about becoming an associate member of NICAP. My guests this morning, Major Donald E. Keyho, Director of NICAP, Charles Leadham, Cortland Hastings, and Jules B. St. Germain. Major Keyho, Charles brought up a rather interesting question, and I'd like your answer to it. Now, the question again, Charles Leadham was interested in your opinion about the story that's related in the book, They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers. Gray Barker is the author of that book. And in that book, he relates a story about a man by the name of Bender, who resides in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Bender had a saucer club, and he used to exchange brochures and ideas and letters with people in all parts of the world who were interested in saucers, and I think he published a little offset paper once a month or a bi-monthly publication. He was very interested in saucers. And all of a sudden, he didn't talk any more about flying saucers. He won't talk to anybody about them. Now, it has been stated in the book, They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, that 3 men in black visited Bender's home in Bridgeport, Connecticut, said something to him. What they said, no one seems to know, except Mr. Bender. But all we know is that Mr. Bender has nothing to do with flying saucers anymore. Do you think, Major Keyho, that these 3 men, if there were 3 men, that they were from the Air Force or some branch of our government and that they silenced Bender?
No, I don't think so. Of course, that's merely a personal opinion without anything to back it up.
You're familiar with the story, aren't you?
Yes, perfectly familiar with it, and I've heard all sorts of speculation as to why he might have decided to stop publishing if that were not their exact reason, and I don't want to do him any injustice because I have never talked with him personally. I can only say this, that if any 3 men in black come to see me, they're either going to have some sort of threat that I can't visualize now, or some awfully powerful credentials. Now, I've advised our members and anyone else who is threatened about talking to ask for credentials, the name of the order under which they are operating, and someone, a witness in there, to take notice of the whole thing, so there'll be a matter of record. And I personally don't know anything that would give anyone authority to tell you stop talking about flying saucers.
I have heard some stories, Major, about the Air Force having been given, I don't think the word seized would apply, various films of alleged UFOs, and that having been returned.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Has that been substantiated?
Yes, that's true. I know one case where that's happened, and but that's not the same thing. Usually in those cases, the Air Force asks for the original, and in one case that I know of, because I was right in the middle, I helped handle it, they said they would give the man a copy or 2. When he got the copies, he swore up and down they were useless and demanded the original back. I don't know whatever happened. In that particular case, I'm not sure that these things were bona fide UFOs. They looked to me like sundogs. But regardless, he didn't get his original back the last time I heard from him. But this other thing, there's something supposed to be sinister about 3 men dressed in black. I personally don't find it sinister unless they're undertakers or something like that, but...
That's not sinister.
Huh?
That's just the end.
Well, I don't know. But anyway, no one has ever tried to silence me except in one case where they tried to argue me in not writing it, into not writing anymore about, did I split an infinitive there? About flying saucers. That was done in the open, though. It was done in the office of General Sory Smith, who was then Director of Information for the Air Force. They had a one-man press conference with Major Jerry Boggs of Intelligence and 2 or 3 others. And they tried to convince me that everything that I had heard was wrong and would I now stop talking. When they got through, I said, no, I'm more convinced than ever you people are sitting on something. I said, well, then we've wasted our time. But nothing else. No threats.
Gentlemen, I'd like to make this suggestion.
In talking with Major Keyho a few days ago, he was in Washington at the time, and I contacted him by phone, and he said that he didn't think it would be possible for him to appear on the program this morning, and he felt that he would be too tired. He's been working a number of hours every day and has had possibly an average of 4 or 5 hours sleep a day for the last few months. And after talking to him for a while, he agreed to come on for about an hour to an hour and a half. So he's been with us for 3 hours and 15 minutes, and I appreciate it very much, and I have no doubt that everybody sitting around the table will share my enthusiasm and agree with me that it's been very kind on the part of Major Keyho to join us. Now, I think in all fairness to him, we should leave him get a little sleep, but let's take a little more advantage of him and keep him here for, say, about another 15 minutes, and I'll give each one of you gentlemen an opportunity to talk with Major Keyho for about 5 minutes. So if you'll give him short questions, maybe we can get fairly short answers, and everybody will have a chance. We'll start with you, Charles.
Major, there's one question I've been wanting to ask you. I have an article from the Charleston Daily Mail about a talk which you apparently gave in Charleston, and I don't know if the gentleman is misquoting you or not, but I'll read it, and I would like to get your comments on this. You said that several projects that would produce artificial gravity permitting such flights, apparently referring to the saucers, now are being conducted. Some leading scientists dealing with the problem have said that it is almost a reality now. Was that pretty accurate?
That is not a verbatim quote. What I said was, and I was talking a little fast, I guess. It was a luncheon club, and you know how you try to get through in a half an hour, where everybody wants to run back to his business. I said that in the United States now there were probably 20, at least a dozen projects research into artificial gravity, and that in one case, the Glenn Martin project, the vice president in charge of advanced design, Mr. G.S. Trimble, said some time ago that we were on the threshold of a device which would operate free of the Earth's gravity, and it would operate at very high speeds, up in the very high thousands. I said that since then, no one has heard from Mr. Trimble, and presumably he was shut up. He will not answer letters. I know I've written him twice to try to get further views on this. And I did not say exactly what is there, but I can see how he got that impression.
But it is a fact that apparently the Glenn Martin aircraft company...
Martin, Convair...
has... The impression you have is that they have, probably in the testing stages right now, an anti-gravity device.
I won't go that far because they won't admit it, but they said that we are on the threshold. I do know they're working hard on artificial gravity, and they won't say a word about it. It's a special project, and I think it's even in a special building over there. And several universities are on it. They've gotten some European scientists over here to work on the projects.
Just one last question on this, and you may have no information on this at all. In your conversations with these various people, did they give you any indication of the line of attack? Was it an electrical field they were trying to produce, or was it magnetic, or how were they going at it?
You can't get any details on that now, any really reliable ones. The theory was, of course, it was based on Einstein's unified field theory, that electricity, magnetism, and gravity are all different manifestations of the same thing, and if you can control one or two, then you can vary the other. Or you can vary one or two, you can control the other. I tried to get something out of W.B. Smith, the Canadian, had the Canadian project. He said, I'll be glad to write anything on any subject except that one, and that you won't get any answers from anybody on this because it's under security everywhere.
Jules?
Referring to the investigator, this isn't a question, but I certainly have been reading it myself, and I certainly agree with John that it's an outstanding publication. What do you think are the prospects for NICAP, Major, and what can be done to improve and enlarge the organization?
Well, that's quite a question, and I'm going to give a frank answer. When I went in there a year ago, January, I was told that within a very short time there would be substantial sums of money coming in to allow us to build it up. We have an editor and an editorial assistant and a promotion man and public relations and this, that, and the other, all of which were badly needed. The sum was estimated at around $50,000. on the basis of this, I announced the NICAP magazine and sent letters to all the people who'd read my books, and we sent out quite a number of them, and we had acceptances. And then, after the acceptances, the people who were going to donate the $50,000 in amounts of $5,000 apiece, in most cases, each one began waiting for the other. So as a result, here was NICAP committed to publishing a magazine, which we put out, and to borrow Winston Churchill's brave blood, sweat, and tears, I think it was right. It was just about that and a little bit more, because sometimes it was sheer desperation. But we did get the magazine out, and it was written to be as new and have as much new material as possible. We alternated with bulletins, and we have done our best to keep going, in spite of the fact we have such a small staff down there. I personally have donated my time since last year. I don't know how long I keep on doing that, but NICAP overnight could become a very terrific success if it just had a larger membership. It's all it needs is a larger membership, and a few people, of course, who have been able to have actually sent in donations beside their memberships. But I am a very poor money raiser.
Do you have any idea, Major, pardon me, about how many members it would be necessary to have in order to have a successful organization?
Well, of course, it would be very wonderful if we had 10,000 members, but we can do it with much less than that. If we had, in addition, what we have now, if we had 2,500 more members, or 3,000 the most, our problems would be taken care of, because I would immediately get a hold of an editor. In fact, I put my eyes on my friend John Dewberry over here. He used to be on True Magazine. Or someone who knows the subject and could really take over, because I've been trying to be director, editor, public relations man, and not doing a good job at any of it.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think certainly the investigator has been very well put out. And one thing I've noticed that I admired very much, certainly the NICAP has not put itself up as a rival to any organization as I understand it, but has expressed every desire to cooperate, and even gone so far, as I recall, on one issue, to list practically many, if not all, of the other organizations in existence, not only in this country, but in others, and the publications that are put out. Would you classify NICAP more or less as a mother organization?
No, we were afraid that there would be some jealousy on the part of existing organizations. And at first, I think they felt, too, that we were trying to take them over. And since then, we've gotten along very well with most of them. Now, some of them don't care too much for our policy. It's middle-of-the-road policy, for instance. But we're not having much trouble, and every once in a while we get information from them, and we'd be glad to cooperate even more with them, as far as that's concerned. And now, you mentioned one thing. I'm going to toss this in. On the cooperation, we offered the Air Force cooperation, too. Back in July, we offered them an 8-point, I think it was an 8-point plan. And someone said, which one of you gentlemen was it? Would we consider negative evidence as well as positive evidence? We said to the Air Force, you claim that you have explained all but 3% of the sightings. If you will let us have the 97% of the cases, since there's no security involved and they're all explained, there's no reason why you shouldn't let us have them. We will turn them over to our advisors and Board of Governors. If we agree you have fully explained them, we will then state the Air Force certainly has done everything they claim. They have explained 97%. We will wipe NICAP out and say, this is it, let's all go home. The Air Force said, we don't want any part of you. They would not release anything. They sent an official letter saying they would rejecting our offer.
I have one last question, Major. On the Armstrong Circle Theater, I recall there was a statistical breakdown as to the number of unexplained and insufficient information. Mm-hmm. I don't recall the breakdown. I think it was 1.9 or something on unexplained and 12-point insufficient. In your opinion, should the 12-point of insufficient, if that is the number, be classified as insufficient information or unexplained?
Well, I would have to see each case to answer that, but I'll tell you one thing, that 1.9 is very misleading, because that is what they call the current situation. Now, up to November 15th last year, they were advertising that they had explained all but 3%. Then they jumped it suddenly to 1.9. But what they don't let the public realize is that they have a big backlog of unexplained cases that goes back into their Special Report 14. And there's a table right in the back that shows 19.5% of this group unexplained, which is about 600, roughly 650, and the total today is well over 700, about 750 unexplained cases, or more than 12% of the total.
Cortland Hastings?
When was Project 14 published, Major Keyho?
It was dated May 5th, 1955, and a friend of mine, pretty high up in the Pentagon, told me at that time, he said, they're going to let that go just in time to knock off your book that's coming out in May. I said, that's very interesting, and Henry Holt will appreciate that, because the book is only about one-third written, and it won't be out for months. And he called me up later, and he said, they've just found out your book's not coming out, and they slapped this secret label on this, and they're going to hold it. So they held it until October, at which time Len Stringfield, who put out Crypho, made a mistake and said in his book that I was coming out in November with the Flying Saucer Conspiracy. And that afternoon at 5 o'clock, Captain Robert White got orders from topside, let it go. So he let it go, and the press men around the Pentagon didn't have any time to get the answers to it. They said, what's it all about this time of the day? Bang. He said, here it is. We explained all but this percent. They ran the story, ran all over the United States. And then our book didn't come out till December. By that time, things had sort of cooled up. Also, Ruppel's book was coming out. So they figured they'd knock us both off at the same time. And that is the most misleading document, I think, that's ever been put out. Now, I don't say they're lying to the people, but it's either the most complete blunder of misstatements that has ever been published that I've ever seen, or else it's a deliberate deception.
It's interesting, though, hear your description. You don't say it's completely lying, but it certainly is far from the truth. So I think the listening audience will probably make up its mind as to just what it is. Major Keyho, why doesn't the Air Force want NICAP?
Well, they know very well that our intention is to get everything out in the open and to try to get the answers made available to the press. In fact, one suggestion we had was that they hold a huge press conference and bring out everything, and we will be over there giving our side and asking questions too. Let's get it out in the open, and that's one thing they will never agree to. So there are too many questions that they couldn't answer. And that's also why we want this Senate investigation.
Couldn't answer, or they don't want to answer?
Oh, they could answer some of them, most of them, but I do think there's some things that they don't understand even yet about these. I'm not even sure they know the motives. And I'm sure they know that these things operate in cycles, and they probably know the method of propulsion. I think they do have a good idea of the type of beings involved, although I'm not sure of that. And they know very well that they're real and that they're from some other part of the universe.
Would you repeat that again a moment?
They know they're real.
Now, who knows?
The Air Force knows.
The Air Force knows what?
That these objects are real, and they're objects under intelligent control of beings from some other part of the universe, either our solar system or outside.
Albert Chopp stated that, didn't he, in 1953, when after he was head of the information liaison at the Pentagon?
He didn't say it that way. What he said was that there was a secret report which had been held up, and I found out which one it was. Later on, that was the Foreign Aid report. And then the 1948 report was the big one. That was the one where ATIC declared these things were interplanetary spaceships. And even though all the Air Force doesn't accept it, though that was the top brains at that time in intelligence.
What do you feel is, this is the last question, Major Keyho, what do you feel is the best way of the American public counteracting this suppression of news by the Air Force, in fact, this out-and-out censorship against which we fought World Wars I and II?
Well, I still think that the only way you can help now is to write to your congressmen, write to your senators, and ask that they pass the word on to the Senate committee and have open hearings. And not just call the Air Force and NICAP and a few scientists and so forth, but call at least 100 selected witnesses, the best airline captains, I mean the ones that are the most experienced who've seen these, top-ranking officers in the armed forces, the civil aeronautics tower operators and radar operators who've seen these things, the guided missile trackers, the people who photographed them. Get them in there. It may take a month. But believe me, when they get through with a thing like that, it'll be out in the open and they can't ever close it up again.
To whom should they write in Congress? You say that some investigating committee.
Each citizen write to his own congressman and senators. And that's it.
Thank you very, very much, Major Keyho. I certainly appreciate it, and I know our listeners do, to have the opportunity of hearing your opinions on this subject, and I sincerely hope that when and if you do come back to New York, and if you can spare the time, that you will join us again.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure, and I appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you, sir. Of Hartford, Connecticut. Suggests discount fact which Wallace gave undue prominence that Keyho never saw flying saucer. Criticism of Menzel. Astronomers want whole show, but refuse interest themselves in subject UFOs. Comment from one of the listeners.
John, is that the same LeBlanc, the violin maker? Is that Ray LeBlanc? I think it was, wasn't it?
Ray LeBlanc was the man who was the violin maker.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. The man who was with us, yeah.
I'm interested in his first comment there, that Wallace gave undue prominence that Keyho never saw a flying saucer.
I don't agree with Ray.
It wasn't all that happened is towards the end of the show, Wallace said, Major Keyho, have you ever seen a flying saucer? And Major Keyho said, no, and amplified it a little, and that was all there was to it.
No, I disagree with Ray on that point.
In other words, the efficacy, or veracity, rather, of the whole flying saucer field didn't hinge on...
No, it didn't hang on whether or not Keyho had seen one.
Well, of course, another thing, in doing a show like Mike Wallace does, and he does a magnificent job on that interview show, he's timed. In other words, he's paced all the way through, and that's a wonderful closing question. Have you ever seen a flying saucer? Well, we can't do that here because we don't know what time we're going to break that particular interview, and we're on for 5.5 hours, and we don't produce anything. It's just an ad-lib thing.
I'm going to hold that till about 5:28.5, and I'll let you have it.
You know, if you need tires and want to throw your money away, just wait till spring when tire prices are highest. But if you want to save money and lots of it, take advantage of the tremendous preseason clearance sale now at your General Tire dealer. Get the tires you need at drastic savings way below original prices. Now, Ford, Chevrolet, and Plymouth owners save as much as $13.64 on 750 by 14 tires. And you can save 40% on original equipment tires that new car owners traded in for new General Tires. All famous brand names, all sizes, and all yours at 40% off prices. Easy terms, months to pay, and tires installed now or held for you till later. Now, if you live in Manhattan, see Ray Callahan or Pete McHugh at the New York General Tire Company. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the Niagara Cyclone Massage Unit. You know, that's the combination of heat and massage. Soothing controlled heat with gentle penetrating cyclo-massage action. And this combination will certainly give you a tremendous amount of relief if you suffer from pains that are associated with arthritis, bursitis, and rheumatism. It also stimulates blood circulation. It's a passive form of exercise for the person that has unwanted inches or the person that may be bedridden for a period of time. If you need a passive form of exercise, you can't get anything that'll compare with the Niagara Cyclone Massage Unit. And remember, it's not a vibrator. See, a vibrator gives you hammer-like tissue-damaging strokes. This unit is a cyclo-massage action. Now, if you'll be kind enough to send me your name and address, send it to Long John, Station WOR, New York 18. I'll send you a free brochure that'll give you all of the facts about the Niagara Cyclo-Massage Pad. And here's a message about Ballantine's Ale. Remember, it's the best ale that your money can buy. It's brewed with Brewer's Gold.
There's gold in California and in Alaska, too. But in the ale called Ballantine's, there's Brewer's Gold for you. Enjoy that golden flavor, true ale flavor. Oh, that genuine. Ale with brewer's gold. Genuine, friend, that is the key word. It's the genuine golden flavor of Ballantine Ale that goes right along with today's American taste.
Oh, that Ballantine.
It's the genuine
Ale with brewer's gold.
Brewer's Gold is a special strain of hops, a rare strain with delicate, delicious flavor only Ballantine's special brewing methods can bring out. Enjoy the genuine. It's the trend, friend. Enjoy Ballantine Ale, the ale with Brewer's Gold.
Oh, that Ballantine.
It's the genuine
Ale with Brewer's Gold.
We're talking now with Cortland Hastings, Ben Isquith, Charles Leadham, and Dave Field. I think we'll take a couple of phone calls. Now, I would appreciate it very, very much if you would be as brief as possible, because we'd like to get in a few phone calls, maybe for the next, 15 or 17 minutes. And if you're brief, we can get more calls in. It's as simple as that. Are you ready, Dr. Nielsen? How are you, Dr. Bailey? Everybody's a doctor. No patients, all doctors.
Right, Doctor.
Let's have it. Hello.
Hello, Long John?
Yes, sir.
It's a pleasure to get you on the phone because I called up several times tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I called up before the broadcast.
Yes, well, I never take calls before the broadcast.
No, I merely called your engineering department.
Yes.
To ask them to kindly monitor your voice, monitor Major Keyho's voice better than it was on the television show.
Well, I heard it on television too. I thought they did a good job on it. Do you think it could be something your set was not adjusted properly?
Well, that's possible.
Yeah, because I heard it too. I heard the telecast.
I didn't hear it very. I thought Mike Wallace spoke very good, but I didn't think Major Keyho spoke very good. However, there's one question I want to ask you.
Right.
This has nothing to do with tonight's broadcast.
Yes.
A few nights ago. Wait a minute, I better shut this radio down.
Oh, you got your radio on. It's confusing. Go ahead, turn it off, sir. Let me remind all of our listeners, if we talk to you on the phone, automatically turn your radios off, because otherwise you'll be very confused, because you'll hear yourself talking 8 seconds after you've said
something. It's an echo there, and
yes. Go ahead,
sounds
sir.
Too much like we're talking back and forth. As I said, I merely called up earlier tonight, and the operator told me to call back about 10 minutes before the show went on, and I talked to an engineer in your department.
Yes, I know you just mentioned that, yes.
I asked him if he would try to get Major Keyho's voice much better than it was over the TV.
Well, what was your point, sir, that you wanted to make? You said you wanted to talk about something about another show?
Yes.
Because I wanted to get a number of calls in, sir.
Did you abruptly cut off your show the other night when the hypnotists were on?
Did I abruptly cut off my show when the hypnotists were on?
Yes. This was not last night or tonight.
Well, I frankly don't know, sir. I don't remember anybody cutting anything off.
Well, your show went quite along, quite a ways along.
Yes.
You
well,
off, and you continue with music for quite a while.
Yes, well, that's quite possible. We do that.
There was quite a hassle there, which I enjoyed very much.
Well, there's sometimes, as I say, in I work, I put in about 75 to 80 hours a week here, and sometimes I forget what happened the night before, and I honestly don't remember the particular thing that occurred.
One gentleman was questioning, I think one of your favorite panelists.
Yes.
Jules, what's his name?
Jules B. St. Germain?
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I really don't know. Sir, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get some comments on this morning show. So,
well, this morning show was excellent.
Fine. I'm glad you enjoyed it, sir.
However, I did question the fact that Major Keyho on his TV show didn't have, according to the facts that were pitched at him, let's put it that way, and they were pitched at him.
Well, all right, sir. Thank you very much for your comment, and thank you for calling me.
Righto.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Well, that gentleman evidently listened to Major Keyho on that telecast and also heard the comments that the Major made here. Let me see. Is that... Yes, here's another call coming through.
Hi there. This is Long John.
Hello, Long John.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a suggestion that disagrees with both the Air Force and Major Keyho.
All right, sir.
A few years ago, about 2.5 to 3 years ago, a couple of scientists had a theory about the generation of dwarf stars, how stars are formed.
Yes, go ahead.
And it was their theory that these high temperatures help to develop stars by causing hydrogen to go into a reaction. And I was thinking that if the Air Force wanted to cover this up, the testing of the H and A bombs, that it would be a good way to throw the people off the scent by, denying Major Keyhoe's ideas, but giving the idea that there might be something to it.
I see what you mean. In other words, use this as somewhat of a subterfuge.
That's right.
Well, that's an interesting comment, and unfortunately the Major is not here, so he certainly can't comment on it, but we appreciate your interest in the program. Did you enjoy it tonight, sir?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much for calling. I appreciate your interest.
All right.
Call again, will you, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to make a comment on that statement, Court?
Yes, I did. Where this gentleman mentioned the Air Force wanting to throw the American people off the scent, I think this has become a somewhat accepted attitude, a somewhat accepted situation on the part of the American people. We seem to forget, as American citizens, that this is a democracy, that the Air Force does not have and should not have any control over our civilian life. And therefore, there shouldn't be no case of anybody wanting to throw anybody off the scent. The exact opposite should be the case. They should want information to be made the property of the American people, and the American people be able to make its own decision. Gordon Dean, who was former chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, said, "Every time America decides to keep something secret, we're running the risk of showing our own progress by severely narrowing the range of skills and experience that can be brought to bear on the problem involved." During the war, there was an IFF, which was an instrument for identification of friend and foe. That's where the IFF came from. And it provided for passing an electronic password from a speeding plane to a radar set. Well, this was really a hot device, and the security boys knew it was such a hot device that they really took it under their wraps. Now, what happened was that the radar sets were made at an astounding rate, whereas the IFF equipment, which should have, of all things, been given preference, lagged very far behind, and finally some IFF equipment was captured by the Germans, and then there was no further cause for secrecy. But simply showing that by holding something secret, it delays the production or what do I want to the emergence of the instrument. And democracy, although it's a sometimes inefficient, rather long drawn out, sometimes irritating process, is extremely necessary. It's the only wise system as we have found in this country. M. Stanley Livingston, who is an MIT physicist, says our true security lies in our ability to outproduce and outdevelop any potential enemy. And this can be measured in the number of trained minds. We need fewer controls and hampering safeguards and more freedom of discussion between experts in all fields. Achievement is more important than secrecy.
Mr. Isquith.
I would like to say a hearty amen to what Court has said, and I would just like to briefly bring up the recent disclosure, I think a few weeks ago, that a type of bow and arrow that the Army had been considering for use in combat had been classified as secret and vital to the national defense, and only recently had it been declassified. Now, I submit that this automatically put all the Indians in North America under the threat of probably being jailed, because they were going, for years they've been going around with these highly classified secret war weapons. Security and classification can reach ridiculous aspects on one point, and it also can be used. It's one of the most handy bureaucratic methods of covering up mistakes.
Any further comments, gentlemen? Did you want to say something, Dave?
No, I didn't.
Fine. Let's take another call. Hello?
Well, I want to say first, I think the program tonight was wonderful.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
And after listening to all the talk about the sightings and everything for the past year I've been listening.
Yes.
Probably Charles Leadham could describe this better than I can, but we never really get down to any basic facts. Nothing is ever presented that you can get your teeth into. There's nobody can say, well, here's this and that's the way it is. We see a lot of things flying around and everybody sees them, but what's the result? We could talk about it for 100 years and nothing would ever come of it.
You're sure of this?
Well,
you're making the statement. I'm not. I'm merely asking you again. Are you sure of the statement that you've just made?
Well, has anyone ever come out with any real facts?
Well, may I repeat your statement again?
Yes.
You just made a statement to me that we can talk about this for the next 100 years and nothing will come out of it.
At the present rate, yes. If I see this and you see that and the other guy sees the other thing, at the end of 100 years, everybody has seen everything and nobody has got anything to show for it. All these guys that are seeing these things and talking about it, what
would you suggest for them to do? What would be your plan of operation? Supposing that somebody called you up and said, Mr. Jones, we'd like to have you be director of NICAP. What would you do, sir?
Well, it would be very interesting.
What do you mean would be interesting? The phone call?
No, to be director of NICAP.
All right, so fine. We both agree on that. It would be interesting. But what would you do?
I do what they are doing. But in the end, what do we got? That's what I'm getting at. What is the end result of looking at all these things?
Well,
they can't prove anything.
How do you know that they can't prove anything in the future? I don't mean today.
For the past 10 years, they haven't proven a thing.
In other words, you mean that if we investigate something...
No.
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
If we look at these things flying in the air...
Right.
For 100 years...
No, let's not go 100 years. Let's take 10 years first. You just made the statement 10 years.
For 10 years.
Yes.
And what do we know?
What do we know?
Yes.
Well, I don't know anything because this is not my department.
We know what we knew 10 years ago. There's something flying in the
wait
air.
a minute. Wait a moment, my friend. Now, this is what you may know. Only what you knew 10 years ago. But the government, according to the Air Force, according to Major Keyho this morning, knows a lot more. They're not talking. And let me ask you this. In other words, if we experiment with something, we'll say for 2 years, 5 or 10 years, and I don't know to what extent you would say would be a limitation to the amount of years that we should conduct experimentation. But if we were guided by you, we would have never gotten a cure for polio.
Well, that is different.
Why is it different?
Because you're investigating something and you have it in front of you.
What do you have in front of you? The cure?
No, the germ.
You're investigating...
All right, now I'm glad you made that point, but isn't it true, according to what Major Keyho said this morning, there are thousands, I don't know if it's thousands, I'll just use the figure thousands, of people who have seen these things. And now we're getting all of these sightings together, not we, but NICAP and the government, and eventually they hope to be able to determine whether or not these UFOs are coming from other planets or whether they're man-made, that is Earth-made planet UFOs, or whether there's just nothing at all.
Well, that's true. Let's say they are from another planet.
Go ahead.
So we look at them for another 10 years. So what?
Well, now, let me ask you this. Now, wait.
From another planet.
Now, wait, now, you're going too fast. Let me ask you this. Supposing that a group of strange-looking, unusual and strange-looking people started to appear in various parts of the United States.
Well, now we got something.
All right. Would you just look at them?
No.
You'd want to investigate, right?
That is something, yes.
All right, well, then by the same token, because you can't reach up and take one of these things out of the sky, the only thing you can do is to observe for a period of time.
Yeah, I say it's interesting to observe, but I say we're not getting anywhere. Some time ago on your program, you had a man and a woman there, and they claimed that some saucers were captured.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you remember
Yes,
that?
I do, sir.
Well, what's the story behind that?
Well, and then you're not listening tonight. Major Keyho told us that there's a lot of things that we haven't been told.
In other words, the government really has something concrete.
This is what has been implied. This is not my statement, sir. I would not make that statement. I'm not in a position to. I don't know that much about the subject.
That's why I was sorry that your phone calls weren't available when the major was there. I would have liked to...
What would be your question, sir, that you would like to ask the major?
If he has any definite proof that the government has evidence of,
well, he certainly...
space.
Were you listening to this program, or are you listening to Big Joe this morning? Huh? Tell me the truth. No, because he made that statement.
Well, he told me, he mentioned metal falling out of planes.
No, and he also told you, he made the statement right on the air here, that the government has documents, they have proof that would lead them to believe that these saucers are coming, they're hovering around, some of them may be landing, and they're coming here from other planets.
Yeah, but...
Now, what stronger statement would you want the man to make? Huh?
What do you mean? What is the proof? That's the strongest statement I would demand.
Well, you couldn't get that from him. He hasn't got the proof to offer you.
Then how can he make a statement like that?
Well, I can only say this. I'm sorry he isn't here.
I'm sorry, too.
Okay. Thanks very much for calling, though.
Oh, thank you very much.
Good night, sir.
We have a telegram here from Don Griffin of Coatesville, New Jersey. Let this wire be my applause. Tonight's program, extremely interesting. Well, I'm sorry that Major Keyho is not with us to hear Don Griffin's comments on the program, and we appreciate your interest, Mr. Griffin. Court?
I wonder what this man would require as proof. I guess probably the capture of a flying saucer and demonstration. But you know, it's the same type of thing that we got into during the Middle Ages and later, where the peasants were reporting meteors by the scores, by the hundreds, eventually by the thousands. But they couldn't prove it. And the non-believers and the lords and so on would frequently put these people to death or invest some kind of punishment upon their persons. However, it didn't change the fact. Now we come up to the day where this man, along with probably the vast majority of American people, are deluded by these absolutely false reports being issued by the Air Force. I say to the American people, wake up. It's high time. We came to the realization that there is another side to this flying saucer story. We can't deny the testimony of individuals. It is this which furnishes our evidence in courts. And we can't deny, then, the testimony of our very qualified pilots, some scientists, many good, solid American citizens, numbering in the thousands, who have seen these. And we've got to accept something as proof, otherwise there would be no proof. I can recall here probably a couple of 100 years ago, I wasn't around at that time, but reading history, if we can believe history. Now, of course, we haven't any proof because you can't reproduce it. But nevertheless, we accept these things as facts when enough has been written about them by, what do I want to call it, historians. The theory of phlogiston, which was considered for about 2 or 3 centuries to be absolutely accurate. But as science developed, it was found to be very inaccurate by Lavoisier. And finally, Priestley, its greatest opponent, Priestley himself, a tremendous scientist, had to... He never did admit it, actually. He died before admitting it. But that didn't change the fact any.
Court, 2 points. First of all, you say, and in this tone I can see you at the Battle of Valley Forge with your long rifle and your bare feet, that you cannot deny the testimony of individuals because it's used as in court, C-O-U-R-T. And
That's
I
my
will...
name, too.
Oh, it's yours?
Yeah.
I thought it was C-O-R-T, Court.
I thought you were kidding. No, it is actually C-O-U-R-T.
And I must point out to you this, that in court, this makes it a little awkward here, that in the illegal halls, that there is testimony on both sides of the case, and half of it is generally denied by either the judge or the jury. So I wouldn't go around saying you can't deny the testimony of individuals because it appears in the halls of justice to avoid the confusing word.
Well, you can't deny it if enough people come out with the same thing.
Well,
at least it's generally accepted as admissible.
It's admissible, but not necessarily meaningful if the testimony of half of the people turns out to be wrong because the verdict goes one way or the other, and the witnesses on one side are sometimes pretty nearly as numerous as the witnesses on the other side.
Well, what you've done is proposed a hypothetical case where it's 50-50. Of course, you can't believe anything there. But when you get a whole tremendous number of witnesses on one side, and none on the other, except by supposition.
Well, let me say that I would suspect that the majority of the witnesses whom we might call on the existence of flying saucers in a random sample of the population of this country right now, we would find the majority on the non-saucer side. So don't talk majority to me, Court, because the majority is on this side. And the second point, you can answer both of these, is that how, without any reference to the truth or falsity of flying saucers, it happens, and I'm not including flying saucers as a crank or crack science, pseudoscience, or what have you, but every time somebody comes up with some weird, wild, and wonderful idea, it may be that the Earth is hollow, or that the stars are painted on a large blue gauze thing instead of the sky, or that...
Aren't they?
Well, I don't know, John. I'm not sure. I just give this as a theory. I haven't tried to disprove it. That was Dr. Nebel. Or that you can stand in a box and get strange things coming out of the atmosphere which will cure all your ills or something if you don't catch cold. Every one of these people quotes, well, generally it's Galileo they quote, or Copernicus or something. They point to 1 or 2 mistakes or misapprehensions in the early days of science and says, look, they persecuted Galileo, they're persecuting me, so I must be right. And I just can't see this as giving any possible support to the flying saucer theory just because of the fact that science, or the body of men who compose what is generally thought of as science, have been mistaken in the past. And I'm sorry if I lump you with orgonomy and hollow earths and so forth.
Oh, I don't mind. Those things are purely suppositional. But when you have hundreds and thousands of people seeing things which are not suppositional, which look like objects and appear, they don't feel like it because I don't believe anybody's actually felt them. Some of the contact people, of course, who've been aboard claim to have felt them. But in general, the 99.9% of the sightings are as if, well, if we were driving along a highway in an automobile and we saw another one, say a quarter of a mile away or 300 feet away or a mile away, we'd say that was a car. We couldn't prove it, but we'd say that, and nobody would dispute it.
May I? Are you through with your point?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I don't want to go into a long story about this. We hope that we're going to have the pleasure of having Mr. Schmidt on the program, Reinhold Schmidt, the gentleman who was out in Kearney, Nebraska, who claimed that he was in a flying saucer. And we don't want any stories behind or anything, but he's going to be on the program. But I'd just like to ask you this, Court. I have in front of me, unfortunately the listeners cannot see this, I have an artist's drawing of the spaceship as seen and described by Reinhold O. Schmidt. What I want to know is, Court, in a period of some 15 or 20 minutes that Mr. Schmidt claimed that he was in the saucer and spoke to the two gentlemen, I think they spoke a high German, if I'm not...
Hochdeutsch. Hochdeutsch. Your German is terrible, Ben.
Well, nevertheless...
I learned it in the public schools in New York City, that's why.
Here's the most exciting thing that ever happened to Mr. Schmidt. I think he'll agree with me. And he has such a detailed description, in other words, a detailed description that he was able to give to the artist, such as the saucer had retractable landing pads 1 foot in diameter. The end of it was 14 feet high. They had a 10-bladed fan. Now, I used to do a show in Studio 8. We had a big fan in there, and I must have watched that fan for 400 hours. And believe me, I have no idea whether it was a 2-bladed fan, 4, 6, or 10-bladed fan.
Why, John, that was a 3-bladed fan, 30-inch in diameter.
31-inch.
Well, on my eyes, maybe off an inch.
In other words, in a ship capable of going 18,000 miles an hour and doing right-angle turns and fantastic aerial acrobatics, why do they need a 10-bladed fan? Presumably to cool the air in there? I don't understand.
That's the propulsion method.
This is very funny to me.
That's how it's propelled.
What's amazing to me.
I notice he also describes an invisible escalator there, which is interesting.
What would an invisible escalator do?
Running the length of the ship.
In other words, when you're on it, you don't even know if you're being escalated?
I don't know.
Probably don't have to walk.
One of the most fascinating things about this diagram is he shows, what's this interesting thing back here? Operators, TV, and desk control, and instrument panels, and columns of liquid, and sliding doors, and 10-bladed fans. But there ain't no place for the people to live. I don't know what they do when they're not working on the instrument panels.
He wasn't allowed to see all this.
No galleys,
you're wrong.
no nothing.
In the ends,
it's got a question mark.
He was not allowed to go there.
I see.
He wasn't allowed to go in the ends of the ships.
You buy the Schmidt story?
John, with everything. I will listen to everything. That was a real loaded question.
All right, let's
loaded. It had the dynamite in it anyway.
We're going to have Mr. Schmidt on, and I'm...
When is he going to be on? Do you know, John?
I'm not allowed to divulge that information.
Oh, yes. But it is going to be quite a story.
And
I know
Mark
some of the
Probert
details
is going to be on soon.
Fine.
The Transmedium will be with us. And I know that Herb Bailey, the author who wrote that new book being published by Putman and be released in a few days. What is the title of that again?
Is that the one on Kerbiazin, John?
Yeah.
Kerbiazin, there's one that's Kerbiazin, one called Kerbiazin Miracle Cure or something like that? No? Just Kerbiazin?
What's Kerbiazin mean?
Well, that's another, it has nothing to do with Schmidt or flying saucers, but we'll be talking about that. And we've got so many things that I cannot give dates out at the moment because, frankly, I don't know. All I do know is that according to Wayne Aho, it is his statement on this little pamphlet, all roads lead to Kearney, the center of the USA. And I think that's where Van Tassel, when he becomes president, will possibly make the...
move the national capital to Kearney, Nebraska.
He's going to do it to... I mean this sincerely.
Giant Rock Airport?
I was standing up there on that stand that he built, in front of the Rock Court.
I remember you.
And he said to me up there, he said, John, when I become president,
I'm going to move the capital to Giant Rock Airport, right in the middle of the desert, 17 miles from Yucca Valley, California.
Then I'll move to Toronto.
Let's say one thing, though. This is a real nice guy, though. I mean, I may not buy his story, but he's a nice guy.
I'll say one thing. The Air Force wouldn't have any powers of censorship left.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the Air Force, because that little hassle you had with Charlie, I don't know whether too many people know about it. I know quite a few people do. And on the back of Major Keyho's book called Flying Saucers from Outer Space, there's reproduced a letter he received from the Department of Defense, the Office of Public Information, dated January 26, 1953, which has an extremely amazing statement I think more people should know about. It's addressed to the Henry Holt Company, which is the publishers of Major Keyho's book. The concluding paragraph comes out with the statement, "The Air Force and its investigating agency, Project Blue Book, are aware of Major Keyho's conclusion that the flying saucers are from another planet. The Air Force has never denied that this possibility exists. Some of the personnel believe that there may be some strange natural phenomena completely unknown to us, but that if the apparently controlled maneuvers reported by many competent observers are correct, then the only remaining explanation is the interplanetary answer. Very truly yours, Albert M. Chop, Air Force Press Desk." Also adding to this, if what the Major said tonight, and I have no reason to doubt it because he strikes me as an extremely creditable person, if what the Major said is correct about the fact that some special Air Force reports were deliberately held off to coincide with what they thought was the publication of his book.
Well, they gave a statement through Mike Wallace that 3 of the 4 top-secret reports to which the Major referred did not exist.
That's right.
And that the 4th didn't say what he said it said.
Yeah. Well, if the Air Force, I mean, I'm sure that if Ben Isquith got out and cited 4 secret documents that the Air Force is supposed to have in their files, I am quite convinced that no one in the Pentagon is going to get very much upset, and no one is going to come out and publicly deny it. Now, the fact that the Air Force insists on certain prerogatives when it's going to appear on the Armstrong Family Theater, insists on certain prerogatives and refuses to allow the Major to discuss these documents, saying that they will completely deny them and get into a hassle with him.
Or wasn't?
Wait, and that they give a statement for the Mike Wallace program. I mean, all these things lead up to the fact. I mean, and they have completely changed their statement as quoted in this letter and signed by Albert M. Chop. They have repudiated what Mr. Chop apparently has said in this letter. I mean, this all seems to be that Major Keyho is somewhat of a frightening figure to the United States Air Force, and he seemed like a very pleasant gentleman here tonight, and I would like to know, frankly, as a private citizen, just what are they afraid of?
Well, 2 things, Ben, before we try and find out what the Air Force is afraid of. They may be, for all I know. But first, the Air Force, in reference to the Mike Wallace show, did not come out and make a denial all of themselves. Wallace's legmen, having heard about these 4 documents, which the Major mentions quite often, went to the Air Force and said, "How about it? What about these 4 documents?" The Air Force then said whatever they said. In other words, they did not, out of the goodness of their heart or the fear of the Almighty or something, run up and say, "No, there ain't no document." And the second, if I may say this, is that on the Armstrong Circle Theater, the Air Force did not refuse permission to Major Keyho to discuss these things, as they could hardly have done. What they said simply was that if he talks about them, we'll deny it, and the Armstrong Circle Theater withdrew the permission for fear of a hassle. So I don't think in either case the Air Force was running around censoring people or frantically denying anything.
Well, Charlie, you're in TV, and you know how these things work much better than I. Now, if you had something to do or a charge of producing a program where you had 2 opposing sides, and an Air Force officer told you that if this person comes out and says there are such documents, we will flatly say that there aren't any. I mean, you'd kind of react the same way the Armstrong people. You'd start thinking, perhaps this thing's a little bit too hot to go out, maybe it's a little bit too hot to handle, I don't want to get involved in it. I think the Air Force very effectively, they have no right to tell the Armstrong people how to run their program, but they very effectively sunk any discussion of those documents.
Well, let me defend myself personally. If I had complete charge of the show, I would be more than happy to let everybody come up and kick each other's teeth in.
I'm sure you would, Charlie.
But You are quite right that if the thing went the way we assume it did, and that there are some Machiavellian minds in the Pentagon, and I'm sure there are some, that they did exercise an indirect censorship on Major Keyho. There doesn't seem to be any question of that.
They exercised a censorship on Ken Arnold, too, because he had statements and pictures from the Air Force, and they wouldn't let him produce any of these. What I'm particularly concerned is, and I'm much more concerned, Charles, than apparently you are, I think we have come to a crux, a very critical position in American history.